Welcome to the vault. This is live number 2, pertaining to the information released in the affidavit arrest record against Brian Kohlberger. A lot of questions were asked during my last live stream. A lot of information brought forward, misinformation, misreadings. When you read the affidavit, you have to read it very carefully, because I just read a part of it pertaining to the officers going into the scene originally and going into all the rooms. So you have to read it carefully, reread it to make sure you're reading everything carefully. The title of this video is the obvious. 2 remaining roommates were left behind alive, while 4 were unalived by this alleged perpetrator, Mr. Brian Kohlberger. So I'm asking the question, why didn't DM call 911 or check on the other roommates? Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the vault. I will read the affidavit since some of you are so concerned about me reading it. Getting clarification. It's a very wicked story coming out of Idaho. Thank you to the young lady that sent this to me. Hello, Brittany. 2 Brittany's in the house. I will drop the link because I want to know why this young lady didn't call 911. Because when you read the information, if I'm to believe these are her words and how she felt, you looked out this room 3 times. For what reason? So when you use the word shocked or frozen, that leads me to believe that you felt fear. So if you felt fear, why not 1, call 911? 2, why not call the people in the house that you share your house with? 3, why not go out and lock the slider door after the perpetrator walked by you and left out? Why not? And before some of you say, well, the situation was this, well, you don't really know the situation, because if you believe her version, there was no imminent threat. Stay woke now. You see, you can't say the situation that she was in, because obviously she didn't think she was in an imminent situation, because that's not what she said in this affidavit. If I'm to believe I'm reading everything correctly, wouldn't you say, I felt fear because I didn't know this person. They looked strange to me, peculiar to me, and I shut my door out of fear. I was scared. But then somebody's still going to say, but if you're in the confines of your room and your door is locked, it's a secure lock, why wouldn't you still call 911 if you were fearing for your safety? Why would you not call 911? Call the other roommates to check on them to see how they're doing and who this person is. That's strange to me. And I can say this because if I don't feel imminent threat, then there's no big deal in me calling somebody's room or calling someone's phone or sending them a text message saying, hey, who's that guy coming from upstairs or around the corner? That's what I'm curious about in this affidavit. It doesn't say which direction he was coming from, because he can't be coming but from 3 directions or 4 directions. He's either coming in the kitchen from the slider and we're looking at each other face to face, number 1. Number 2, he's coming down the left of me from the 3rd floor down the stair landing. Number 3, he's coming to the right of me from Xana's room, crossing into the living room, bypass me standing in the doorway, going out toward the kitchen. Number 4, he's coming out of my damn room. And some of you may be getting confused about Xana being in the bathroom. She wasn't in the bathroom, because I'm going to read all that to you, because you will hear the officer say both were found in the same room, which would be the bedroom. sometimes the wording can confuse you in these affidavits. So we're going to read that said information. You're voting on number 3, coming out from Xana's room. That's the only way he can pass you. To the right, Xana's room is by the partition wall and the living room. That's to your right. If you're where DM's room is off the hallway in the kitchen. To your left is the stair landing going up to the 3rd floor. In front of you is a direct view of the kitchen and the glass sliding door. And number 4 is where you're standing, your own room. So which direction was the perpetrator coming from? Let's read the set information. We're going to chop it up. I'm going to drop the link. This will be a whole full live for you to jump up here and give me your opinion. Stop chatting in the chat. Make the live count. Be heard. Because just like I'm reading your text messages, it can be just as confusing as reading an affidavit, trying to dissect what you're trying to say and get your opinion across. Welcome to the vault. On November 13th, these are 19 pages. I'm only reading what's the moment they got to the scene. All the rest is just data of phone pinging and surveillance. I'm not going over any of that because that's not the title of this live stream. Feel free to check out the affidavit for yourself, but we've discussed that information already vigorously. Law and Crime, I played their content pertaining to all that information of the car and the pings. That is not my discussion for this live. Thank you so much for joining me. On November 13th, 2022, approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho Police, State Police forensic team was on the scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. So you now know that State Police were there day 1. So nobody can say that nobody was there processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the 2nd floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west on the 2nd floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Canoto's room. So here you now hear he went into her room with her personal effects and identified her through personal effects. Just before this room, there's a bath door on the south wall of the hallway. And this is where I think it confused everybody. He says, as I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Canoto's laying on the floor. So we now know that Canoto died on the floor. Canoto was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male. Now we're talking about Ethan Chapin. So we now know they both were found in the same room. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane, redacted. Okay, hold on. It's taking me down here. Wait a minute, you guys. Hold on. I have to do all this. It's taking me away from my... I don't know why it's jumping off now. Hold on. Okay. For some reason, it's not taking me to page 3. Okay. County Medical Examiner Obviously, they did his autopsy at a different time, dated December 15, 2022, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs. So they now discovered two in one room, Xana and Ethan. They're now making their way upstairs, Mr. Smith, to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of two bedrooms and one bath. The bedroom on the west of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves. Hereafter, Gonsalves' room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCoeur. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's, hereafter Mogen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, he is speaking of Madison Mogen's room. Now, he's just left Gonsalves' room with a dog inside, shared between she and Mr. DeCoeur. He is now entering into another phase of the apartment upstairs, third floor, where he's entering Maddie's room. I want to make sure I'm specific in my conversation. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath later on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had a K-bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. The sheath is what holds the knife if you need verification for this. Numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. So, interviews were done by Moscow State Police and FBI. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. These are the two remaining roommates. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates of the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of King Road residence. Based upon numerous interviews conducted by MP officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I have learned the following. And then this goes on to tell you about them going where the kids were. November 12th, Chapin and Coronado are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus, 735 Nez Perce Drive, approximately 9 p.m. November 12th to 1:45 a.m. November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Coronado returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live at the King Road residence, but was a guest of Coronado. So this BF, which is, I believe, Bethany Funkel, she is the person giving this information to law enforcement that she saw the kids at the Sigma Chi house and that she also saw them back at the house where they all resided. So what I'd like to know is what time did she make it home? Because she's verifying seeing them at Sigma Chi between 9 and 1:45 a.m., and this is the time they returned home at 1:45 a.m. And let's see what else. That's basically it. Gonsalves and Mogen were at a local bar at the Corner Club, 202 North Main Street. Gonsalves and Mogen can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. November 12th, 1:30 to 1:30 a.m. November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogen can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck. 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams videos from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 156 from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to King Road. Now, before we kept hearing, just recently, they were home by 156. Now this says they were picked up approximately 156 from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to King Road residence. So there's a difference. Once again, first rumor was they were home by 145. Then they said they entered the house at 156. Now we hear they were picked up at 156 at the Grub Truck by a share driver. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. So we now get information that one of the survivors was actually living on the second floor and not the first floor. As I was saying, these screens jump so much. Hold on, you guys. Once again, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. By what she stated, sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves saying something to the effect of "there's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app approximately 4:12 a.m. This is where many people will question this statement here. Wouldn't she know the voices of her friends? I'm sure Kernodle's voice sounds different than Maddie's and Kaylee's. So then you have to ask, too, was her door open or closed when she allegedly heard someone saying, "I think somebody's here"? Maybe she was on the phone, Kernodle, talking to somebody to say, "Oh, my food is here," or she was talking to her boyfriend, Ethan. Ethan was there with her in the room, so I would assume maybe that's who she was talking to. "Hey, he's here. Somebody's here. Let me go check the food." So perhaps somebody was knocking on the door or ringing a doorbell. Do they have a doorbell at that bottom level front door? Once again, phone data says she was likely awake, Miss Kernodle, and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Once again, DM, which would be Dylan, stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So not somebody's coming, somebody's in the house. So I want to be careful what I'm saying. She heard a comment, DM says, about someone being in the house. So not somebody's coming, not somebody's knocking. So when someone said someone's here, who was the someone speaking? Maddie, Kaylee, or Xana? So once again, DM looks out, she doesn't see anything. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," quote unquote. Approximately at 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, which is their house, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's room. So this goes to show that 50 feet from Kernodle's room, which is Xana's room, that's the house, I believe, to the left. So they have surveillance on their house, doorbell camera, blah, blah, blah. This is picking up audio, the camera coming from the house, which is 1122, where the kids stay. So this is where it becomes very dicey. Audio is being heard of noise, a dog barking, whimpering, crying. So now one's going to say, why didn't somebody on the inside that's alive hear the disturbance inside of the house? And we now know that these girls were obviously up at some point, including Ethan. What the fuck happened in this house? And why was there no 911 ambulance to the scene if I suspect something to where I have to keep opening my door? Don't come in my chat with that silliness. I'm not entertaining ratchet behavior. You picked the wrong chat, sweetheart. I don't rock like that over here. Because you weren't there and you don't know what's going on. And obviously, this Dylan person is hearing stuff to keep opening her door at 4 a.m. So there's a reason to be up at that time. And there's a reason to keep opening your door back and forth. Because you're hearing something. And as I said, if I feel shocked seeing somebody walk by my door, my face, then that would lead me to believe that I have fear. So if I got fear, why would I not call 911? As I was rudely interrupted in the chat. Once again, DM stated she opened the door a second time to what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." 4:17 a.m., once again, camera from 1112 King Road picks up distorted audio of whimpering and a loud thud. Dog can also be heard barking. 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described her figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with brushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase, quote unquote. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and also video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. So they did verify the girls' phones, the survivors. to get a pinpoint of 4 a.m. and 4:25 of when the homicides occurred. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team. Then it says 2 times, because it says here, this was located during the second processing of the crime scene by ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material, whatever that means. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So obviously the shoe print is going to be going in one of these directions: up the steps, down the step, toward the door, or toward around the corner to Xana's room, and or shoe print going towards the kitchen to exit out of the glass sliding door. Well, Andrea, this is my channel. I'm giving my opinion pertaining to the situation. Okay? If a person doesn't have any fear, then they don't have a problem walking around their own house. You would only fear when she used the word shock, so this is why I'm saying, did she feel fear? Because that word's not used in the commentary in this affidavit. It just says she was frozen. So what I'm asking, if you say you're frozen, did you feel fearful while standing frozen? That's just common sense. If a person says, I was frozen, that will lead one to think that they had fear in them. So if I had fear in me and I didn't want to go check on my roommates, why would I then not call 911? Since you all want to come in here combating about why somebody shouldn't have went and looked, well then why the fuck didn't somebody call 911? How about that? You don't want to go look, but yet you're opening and closing the door. Just make me understand. You're opening and closing the door 3 times in 20 minutes. But you're speaking for her that she was fearful. But yet you're opening a door where a killer can see you. And oops, he did see her allegedly the 3rd time. Did you miss that part? She said she saw him the 3rd time. So while you're thinking for her, she's actually being seen allegedly by the killer who gave her a pass and didn't kill her. And I shouldn't ask questions about why a killer is walking by a whole body and leaves her alive after killing 4 people. So did he not see her standing in the doorway? Did he run past her? Because she didn't say he ran. Help me out. Thank you, Red. Exactly. Close enough to see eyebrows. So that's the question. Did the perpetrator see a living witness? Or did he see the living witness and gave her a pass to live? And if you're scared, you're not going to open the door 3 times, since you're telling me she shouldn't have went and looked in the house. If I'm scared, I ain't going to open the damn door. What about that? As I was saying, We're now talking about the shoe print at the door. A protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. On this video, it appears suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying front license plate. And they mention this because in the state of Idaho, you are to have 2 license plates, the front and the back of your vehicle. Some states do not, such as Tennessee, we only have 1 plate, which is on the back of your vehicle. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20. So this car was spotted in the general area at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leave via Willenta Drive based off my experiences as a patrol officer. This is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. So he was surveying the area. He had picked his target, whichsoever. Do not know when he picked 1122 King Road as his target, but he drove by, it says, at least 3 times. And they have done their surveillance to see how many cars were coming and going in and out of this street. So this is very interesting. We'll make sure I'm repeating everything properly. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area for a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road when suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence. It appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, and that would be King going down and Queen going that direction, and I believe that's the road that the frat house is on. So he's trying to decide, I guess, where he's going to park his car. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during this time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Approximately, it's 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of the suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across the states to identify differences between the vehicles. After reviewing numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 13 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, indicated also could be a 2011 16, which we now know it's a 2015 Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons and possessions of a vehicle that is a 2011 and 2016 white Hyundai. So that just goes on to talk more about the car in the next page 8 of the affidavit. I only wanted to discuss the roommate situations in this live stream. Thank you for joining me. Exactly, Brittany. Could any of the victims survive their injuries had this girl called 911? And we have every right to ask. The woman who was doing the initial autopsies and spoke about the autopsies is not an actual medical examiner. She's just telling you what the wounds look like and that, yes, they were life-threatening. But I want to hear from a medical examiner to say each person had life-threatening wounds at the time of being stabbed and could not survive their injuries. Thank you for joining me. I will now drop the link for anybody that wants to give their public opinion pertaining to why didn't this girl call 911? If she feared for her safety, you were in the confines of your own room with your door locked, you could have easily called 911 since someone wants to tell me, why should she go look in the house? Well, you just answered your own damn question. If you fear for your safety, then you would dial 911. You would fear for the safety of your other friends, your roommates, you dial 911. You felt the need to keep looking out of a door 3 times. You didn't think the killer would see you all those times you're opening your door. As me and Brittany were saying earlier, talking to each other. When you're opening and closing your door, somebody can hear you opening your door. Bingo card. And this is not to be rude, but this is the information that they have decided to give us from the affidavit. So I'm questioning the information, as I should. You walk around your house and see somebody standing in your damn house, and you say to the police, I was frozen. Why would I not think the message you're sending to me is that you were scared, or you were fearful, or you thought, what is this person doing in my house? So wouldn't the officer ask you, well, what did you do? Oh, I went back and I shut my door. What did you do after that? Nothing. I went back to sleep. Vehicle 1 might just mean that's the only vehicle they had at the time related to the crime scene. I'm not really sure. Nobody understands, Jennifer. That's the whole point. Because what is odd about the whole story is that somebody spoke on behalf of these young ladies to let us know not to victim shame, and they saw somebody dead upstairs, allegedly in a common area. Now we get information that both Xana and Ethan died in the same room. So why did you have somebody put that rumor out that you woke up, went upstairs, to see about whoever, and you found Ethan dead first. But this affidavit says Ethan died in the room with Xana. So that means you'd have to go in the room to see them both dead. Then run out, go downstairs, pass out, and the other one hysterical and hands the phone to somebody else walking by who dials 911. And several 911 calls went through the dispatch. Hit the link if you have something you want to say pertaining to this affidavit and the information inside. Should she have called 911? Could any of the victims been saved had a 911 call went into a dispatch and an ambulance showed up? Did you hear anything suspicious while the killer was walking through the house killing these people? You now have to explain, if you're up at 4 a.m., the killer was only there for less than 20 minutes, somebody could maybe have been saved. Police could have showed up in the commission of the crime. Did that ever occur to anybody in the chat? I didn't put it down yet. Hold on a minute, baby. Anybody's free to join the panel. You don't have to continue to chat in the chat. That's what the link is for. Just hit it and come on up. Let me read my questions and then we'll get into this conversation with Miss Brittany from North Carolina. Thank you all so much for joining me. Did he watch from outside of the house before entering this house? Was Xana and Ethan eating food, since we now know she ordered food from the DoorDash? Who is the company that served the food? Because I've never heard of a company working this late cooking food. Why take a risk going in this house not knowing what company was there? As Brittany said to me earlier when we talked, this was a party house. These people had company all the time. So if you were watching the house, you would also know that men came to this house. So why risk going into a house where men could possibly be? And one was there. Ethan. Ethan's a tall guy. Brian's a tall guy. Brian got the best of Ethan. Had he been watching the house, how long? As I stated in my live earlier, did he move to Washington State to kill people? To mimic BTK, Theodore Bundy, etc. Thank you, 22. Thank you so kindly. He could not have seen the house from Pullman, Washington. Stay woke. They tell you he was driving around, trying to get his car fixated on King Road to do something. Where did he park the car? And once again, he could not see the house from Washington State. So how did he choose this house? The victims, were they targets? Who was the target? Was Kaylee the actual target or not? Is it perhaps that somebody else was the target of the house? The house was the target. Who was the target? No partying. When did the kids stop partying? When was the last time they had a party? You need to ask all those questions to figure out how Brian decided on this fateful morning to go in this house. How did he find the girls? Had he watched the house before? As I said, he had to see men coming in and out. Why risk it? Allegedly, Kaylee moved out. So if she's the target, then you would have known she moved. Why still fixate on this house? Dylan, I don't like mentioning her name. So DM is standing at the doorway. Was it open or cracked when she saw Brian walk by towards her, whichsoever? Did he see her? Were lights on or off in her room, in the kitchen, in the stairway going to the third floor? Were the living room lights on or off? Did Xana and Ethan's room have lights on or off? What made him choose this house? Because I believe most of the people in the house were up, yet he went in anyway. How did he get in? How did he know how he was gonna get in? Bingo card. His DNA says he is the killer. In the conversation. Once again, lights on or off, doors locked, unlocked, windows locked, unlocked. Make Queen understand how this boy picked this house, took a chance to go in a party house, a house where men came in and out with girls visiting other women. On this night, no partying, as one neighbor said, quiet, clout chasing neighbor up on the hill. He can't see from Washington who's there. He's been driving in the area. They've got him on camera driving around, probably trying to build his nerve up, probably trying to decide which way to park his car. Where did he park his car in proximity of 1122 King Road? In the driveway? Up at the apartments? Up the street? Walenta Drive? How did he go onto the property? How did he exit? The girl says he exited out the slider door, but when he exited the slider door, which direction did he go to? Back of the house or around the building and walked out the front drive? Where was his car parked? Did he try to break in this house before? Has he been in the house before and got in because they don't lock doors? Did these kids ever lock their doors? Did he bring break-in tools with him? Stay woke. Because this is very important to this story. How did he know he was going to be able to get in this house and get out undetected and unharmed? Both in the same room found Xana and Ethan. Two girls upstairs in Maddie's room in the same bed. This is some very scary situation because we do not have a motive or how he came to choose the girls or this house. That was left out of the affidavit. How did he choose the girls? How many times had he been to this town total? I believe it's about 12 times mentioned. He drove around the area a couple of times. Was he trying to build up courage or find somewhere to park without getting his car towed? Stay woke. And why did he return at 9:30 a.m.? Was it to pick up the sheet he left behind in Maddie's room? Because DNA was on the button of the sheath. Or did he come back to finish the other survivors? Because this is where he messed up. His car being seen in the area, DNA on the sheath, leaving the sheath behind. This story is baffling to me. I've got two Britneys up here. Let's go with Brittany number 1 from North Carolina. Take it away, sweetie.
And one other important thing you reminded me earlier of is, how did the front door get open?
Yes, that's another part of the story that's baffling. Got 161 viewing. Thank you for your time. Welcome to the vault. Too many rumors circulating pertaining to this story. And I'm going to say something that's going to be very controversial. Did this girl come out of her room and see dead people and went back in her room and went to sleep and waited till 12 to bring forward this information to the public? I hope not.
I pray not.
Because you have to explain to the queen logically. You opening and closing a door means you were trying to find out something. It's your house. You have a right to open and close your door and look out. But what made you continue to open it 3 times allegedly? And remember, this is just her version. I'm not to say she's telling the truth or lying, but a story is built on a version. It is up to detectives, the state's attorney's office, and you and 12 members of a jury to believe the version. And I'm going to tell you now, she will be chopped liver when Miss Taylor gets a hold of her in court. I'm telling you the truth, because that's her job. She's going to eat her alive, whether he killed the kids or not. DNA puts him there or not. Her job is to get Brian Koberger off. And the first thing she's going to ask this girl is, why didn't you call 911? Turn your background down, you all. Why didn't you call 911 after opening your door 3 times? You had to have sensed something was off to keep opening your door. The perpetrator walks by you. He spared you for a reason, and then he walked out of the door, you said, and you didn't even go back and lock the damn slider. So let's ask that question. Can the slider door lock? You all been leaving the slider door open for anybody to come in and accost you. This is scary as hell. Small town my ass. People are sick out here. You cannot give anybody the advantage over you in your house. They could drill a hole in the door, the lock, cut the screen, break out a window if they want to. So make the queen understand why he chose this house and knew he could get in. You let him in if you didn't lock the damn door. So everybody's in the house and you would leave a slider open. This is crazy to me. And it's not to be mean, because they are dead, but you are women. You cannot leave doors unlocked. So how did he get in? Take it away.
Brittany P., you can go first. I talk all the time.
Okay. Brittany P., where you calling from?
I'm from Kentucky.
Bring it to me, baby.
My thing is it speculation that she slept until 12 or whatever it was? Or
everything. What did I just tell you? Everything's her version. Everything's her version. Okay.
Okay. Because my thing is if you clearly seen him leave, how, first of all, you know he's gone. So you know that the perpetrator is out of the house.
Okay.
So why then, if nothing else, did you not call 911 or call somebody? Because when I was their age, I lived in a house, and we lived like, we're in, Kentucky, and it's very rural everywhere, like it is in Tennessee. But we lived in a house, and it was me and 3 other girls. And they all went, we all, I didn't go to college. I went straight to work, but they all were college students. And we all rented the rooms for $50 a piece, which just was years ago, from this house. So we all had our own bedrooms. And we had upstairs and downstairs. And any movement, you can hear it. Downstairs, upstairs, it doesn't matter. Doors slamming, people walking across the floor. I live in an apartment now. I hear every argument that happens from my neighbors. So why did you not call somebody? Because we had an incident years ago when we all lived in that house, and we heard somebody come in, and we were all upstairs watching a movie.
What time was that when you all were up? When
we were up, it was about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a weekend, and we were all just up watching movies. And we all just, my room had 2 entries. It had 2 doors. So just the way
scary, isn't it? Having 2 doors.
The way the house, it was an old Amish house that was remodeled. And, you had 2 stairs on each side of the house that went upstairs. And so that's that. My room had a door on both ends. And we were all in my room. So, we checked it out. And one girl was on the phone with the police to have the police come and we wanted them to walk around the property and make sure everything was clear, just because we're all young girls. And then I called my father, who was 10 minutes away.
So was somebody in the house?
I think we actually just might have been just hearing things, because the cops never seen nobody. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
Let me ask you this: were all the doors and windows locked at the time of you hearing something?
I'm not 100% sure if the mudroom door was locked, because we were waiting on a roommate to come home. But regardless, we called immediately. We called, one girl called 911, and I called my dad, who was 10 minutes down the road. So regardless, at a young age, I've still at 33 years old, if something happens and I'm upset and I need someone to talk to, I'm calling one of my parents. Yeah. I have that bond with my parents, and she may not have that bond.
And I know everybody is different. I have to always try to tell myself this, because, I navigate different than most people, and that's where my ideologies come from. I was raised in a city, so my mode of thinking is not going to be like somebody who is living in Idaho, or, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying I don't do lax stuff out where I'm at now, but know that when I come in here, let's say I walked out this door right now and just went to the trash or something, and the car and didn't lock it, you should know that I have an ear like a dog. I can smell you.
Yes.
And I know when you're in here, because I smell. I have a distinctive nose. And I'll know that somebody's in here from your smell, because I know the smell of my house. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, completely.
And I can hear very well. I can be in my room watching TV. I know when you have entered in a house, come in, car door. That's how good the ears are. So that's why I stay very aware. But naturally, I have to sleep so the perpetrator could come. You understand what I'm saying? Come in when you're sleeping. And that's what is puzzling about this story with this new information. I've got a feeling these people were awake when he walked in.
I think so too.
Means you saw it coming. You saw it coming, and that's even more horrific.
They may not all have been awake, but I don't believe that they were all asleep like they.
Yeah, I think the majority of the people in the house were awake. Because let me tell you what's interesting about this story. She's the one really narrating the story. Don't you find that interesting?
Exactly. And then
and let me tell you this. Allegedly, she and the other girl was supposed to have been out of town. So when I read this affidavit of her being at the Sigma Chi house, she knows the time that the other two were there. Everybody kept arguing back and forth about, can you tell us when they were there? Can you? And see, that's something else. See, that's why I tell you all, you have to listen at stuff. And I want you to listen carefully what I'm saying to you now. When you read the affidavit, she's spinning the narrative of the time Everybody got back to the house, including all the dead people. Are you listening to me?
Exactly. And then there was the DoorDash delivery.
Okay, but just listen to me. She's spinning the story from 9 to 2 of everybody in the house. But when the rumors was out in the beginning of this story, it was she and her other girl was supposed to have been just getting back to the house from out of town. So I always asked, where were they when all this was going on? Now, put this on paper. Why would the chief of police be asking us, the public and Moscow residents, what the hell Ethan and Xana were doing if this chick knew they was at the house from 9 until 1 something? Bingo card.
If she wasn't in town, how did she know where anybody was at?
Okay, but listen to what but look at here. We now hear she was at the Sigma Chi house while they were there. So why are they asking people, call us to tell us where Xana and Ethan were after 10 or so o'clock if she saw them there the whole night and saw them leave?
Right.
That makes no sense.
It doesn't add up at all.
Because you would have talked to her before you released any information to the public, correct?
Right.
So why are you asking the public about Ethan and Xana's whereabouts if this girl said, I saw them there up until 1 something in the morning?
Right. And nothing against getting a lawyer, because I've had to have a lawyer before, but she got a lawyer really quick. Like,
I beg your pardon?
Dylan and the roommates, they got lawyers really quick. They have lawyers.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Why do you need a lawyer?
That doesn't make any sense.
And so what I'm wondering, because I've had a lawyer before, her statement to the police, and I'm curious to see how possibly, and I'm not saying it will, but I'm curious to see as this goes further and she's being questioned more, because like you said, they're going to drill her in court and they're going to try to get her to slip up in her story. And so I'm curious to see, as this progresses with the trial and she starts getting questioned, is there any holes that are going to be filled or holes that are going to get deeper?
Emmy, I know one of them said they saw him at Sigma Chi. Let me go back in and pull that up. Hold on. Because she's the one, I believe this Dylan is spinning this story. Hold on. Let me go back down. Hello, Diane. How are you? Diane Johnson.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Fine. Where are you calling me from?
Oregon.
What do you have to say about this storyline and the evidence revealed in the affidavit, ma'am?
Well, you were kind of talking about it a little bit today, but earlier, but I was reading the affidavit earlier, and it was saying that the first time that his cell phone pinged from that area was August 21st, and that's right around when
that's the ticket. Yeah, we didn't go back to August. We're just talking about that night. I'm reading the affidavit for the 13th.
Right.
But yes, he was in the area. That's how he got a ticket.
But that's when school started, so he couldn't have been in the area for all that long, right? Because he was in Pennsylvania.
Well, what's your point you're trying to make?
I'm just saying. I'm wondering when. I think it just correlates with when he started stalking them.
Well, I believe he started stalking them in August.
Yeah, and that's when school started. So he wasn't over on the West Coast for very long at all. Couldn't have been.
That's where I was trying to take this information.
Yes.
Is that you count how many times he's been in Latau County in Moscow versus being a student and working, also a assistant to a professor. Why are you over here? Nothing wrong with him going, because he's a grown man. He's a free country. The kids go from school to school, because 15 minutes ain't nothing. But the point is, could it be he went there deliberately to scope out the town for a victim. Moscow. You understand what I'm saying? Could it be he chose the West Coast deliberately to commit these crimes? Because I think he did that deliberately.
I'm wondering too, and you know, being in this field, he must have known that this defense person, her background.
Okay,
right?
So say what now?
Because she has a background of I was reading some of her background yesterday. His defense attorney actually got something overturned because of a technical. Well, I'm not sure all.
That's why they don't. That's why they don't tell us nothing in the beginning, because Chief told you that. I start talking to you, it can be used against me later in the court of law when this man gets an attorney. So that's why you have to do everything by the book. In seizure, warrants, how you gather the information, what you release to the public, because they've got to pick 12 people to hear this crime in court. And you want to do everything by the book. And that's what people didn't understand with this case. You can't give stuff away because you forgot one thing. The killer was loose.
Yeah.
Damn. And everybody's getting mad and angry. Mr. Gonsalves even getting mad and angry. Dude, there's other people left behind allegedly. That boy was free a whole month. You better stay woke. He could have easily found a way to find them. He could have done something to the neighbor across the walk. I kept trying to tell everybody that with all that fucking doxing everybody was doing, and you keep putting their names out there, and you were putting their addresses out, and he's got a camera in front of his house. She's got a camera. That boy was loose. You didn't think he was watching all of that? He just went back at 9:30.
That's scary too. He was back before the call was even made. That scares me bad.
So you better ask yourself, why did Brian go back?
That's a really good question.
Did he even go back in the house? Stay woke.
That scares me.
Those two girls are going to flip out if they find out Brian walked back in that house looking for that damn sheath. But we know he would have found it because they said it was on the bed next to Maddie. So I'm going to ask the question, why did he go back?
Exactly. He had time to leave, and then he had time to come back before 911 was even called. And in my opinion, if I had just been in that situation and I was scared,
he had to know.
I would have called 911 because I'd be afraid he's coming back.
That's why he went back to Moscow. He had to figure out what he did wrong.
True.
That's why he went back at 9:30. The insatiable drive. I got to see. This is why I did not participate in any name calling, because the killer was still out there. And some of you gave this man ammunition to pick off a number 5 or a 6, you see. You don't play around with people like Brian Kohlberger because he had a point to prove. So that's why I never accused anybody of murdering the kids. I never spoke of who had a doorbell camera. I know who had a doorbell camera because I'm Queen. And I pay attention. I knew the doorbell camera was right there close by because I listened. And I said it in many lives. You all are going to get somebody killed. You don't stop with that throwing daggers at people and putting people addresses on Front Street because the killer is watching and listening. And he came back. Did it ever occur? He went back to look to see what he could see in the daylight. Stay woke. You don't play around with people like this. He may seem like a nerd, coward, awkward, but he snuffed out 4 people in their house and he walked out of there. And let me tell you, if they didn't have that damn Elantra on video surveillance in the area, he would have gotten away with this crime because he had no DNA. That all they would have had was what? What you got to compare it to?
Nothing.
The ancestral thing, how is that going to work? I'm just saying, think about it now. How is all that going to work out without an ID of the car? Just imagine, no ID of the car. He had no DNA in the database, nowhere. So how would you caught him? I want you to think about that. You all want to know about who's spinning the web, the story at the frat house. Here we go. On the evening of November 12th, Chapin and Conoto are seen by BF, excuse me, not Dylan, sorry about that, at the Sigma Chi house. Okay? And then BF also estimated that approximately 1:45, Chapin and Conoto returned to King Road. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road. Okay, so it's Bethany doing the talking about seeing them at the Sigma Chi house and coming back. Very interesting. So not Dylan. Excuse me for that discrepancy. Go ahead. You all are awfully quiet. Did I scare you?
I was thinking last night that this defense attorney, before whoever was caught, she must have been trying to prepare all along, right?
Why you say that?
Because she knew whoever it was, she was going to be the one defending him because she's the.
Well, they only have two. Listen, they only have two in Moscow, and then after that, you have to go out the county and to find somebody.
So she was probably already trying to prepare as much as she could if and when somebody was caught, because it would more than likely land on her desk. So she knew she was going to probably have this case, whoever it was, before the rest of us did.
I know, but why are you saying that? I don't understand your point. Why are you saying that?
Because there's only so many people who could. Like, I mean,
no, but that's the thing. But you don't know who could have gotten it. Somebody could have stepped up from New York or LA, a smooth operator. Somebody wanted to make a name for herself with this case. Anybody could have taken the case. Anybody could have taken it pro bono. So she couldn't have known that.
They probably anybody who wanted the case would have been preparing for it. I mean,
I know, but what I'm saying is, but that's my point. Anybody could have come in from New York, LA, and said, "I'll take this pro bono."
Yeah. It just it seemed yesterday that I was seeing some stuff where she was like already going in and, you know, halting the crime scene and certain things that she was looking for. And so I was kind of shocked, and I think other people may have been too, but as a person on the outside looking in, this isn't our job. So we wouldn't approach it as she's prepared for what might be coming her way. She's preparing long before it comes.
That's her job. She studied it. That's her job as a defense attorney, is to, what I like to know is how many murder cases has she worked on?
I don't have a good feeling about her.
I'm trying to see where you're going with this, Diane. What is your point you're trying to make?
I think, are you meaning since he wasn't back in Idaho yet, and before he was back in Idaho, she was already viewing the crime scene?
I think she was planning way before, but my thing is that she got another like a murder case, a hit and run or something to that effect. No, it was like an aggravated hit, and she got it overturned on a dishonesty from a cop. And in my head, I'm like,
Jennifer, be nice.
In my head, I'm thinking, I mean, public defender's job is to get them off. I mean, but to go
it's
that
everybody's
far.
job. Anybody defending you is supposed to be their job to get you off the crime. Yes.
And I believe with her being a public defender, she does have a very good track record from what I've looked at.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this for the last time. What is y'all's point? What are y'all trying to say?
I just, it makes me a little nervous is all.
About what? Him getting off? If you think he's gonna get off, just say it.
Yeah, that is what it is. I'm afraid she's gonna try to
This
get him
is
off.
why
I'm afraid he's gonna get free. That is the fear.
But this is why he was trying to explain to everybody why I can't tell you anything, because I don't want nothing to backfire later down the road. But everybody get the underwear all in a knot because you're not hearing anything. Now you see why you don't want nothing to get turned around and thrown out by talking too much. You see, because let me tell you, experts have said he wanted to get back so he could see the evidence. Of course, he wants to see, because he's got to do a Casey Anthony. I got to pull a narrative per the evidence, right? Whatever you throw at me, I got to come up with a reason that's there at the house. So now we've got a knife and a sheath. The sheath, I got to show how my fingerprint got on that sheath and land beside a dead girl.
How he got that knife with it being military?
Well, ask yourself, is it actually a military knife? Really?
Or just the sleeve?
The sheath, yeah, that's my question. At the end of the day, as the parents or a parent of one of the children in that home that were murdered, I would have just as many questions for DM as I have for Brian.
That's why I asked people in my last live, who were they referring to in the beginning of the story that got an alibi fast? I want to know who they're speaking of, because I know they probably weren't ready to hear that this girl saw this fool walk by her. That's a lot to digest. Now, maybe they knew, I don't know. But imagine hearing it for the first time. Imagine hearing that the person opened the damn door 3 times before a jump off, or knowing of a jump off. And remember what one guy said that lived in a house? I can hear what's going on the second floor if music or something's playing, but I can't hear what's going on the 3rd floor. So you want me to sit here and understand your friend was killed on the same floor with 2 people, and you heard nothing. Because see, all this time we thought the girls were on the bottom, remember?
That's what I was about to say.
We
all thought they were
who was asleep, who was woke. We now know you were up at 4. We also know that Brian only did this in about a 20-minute window. Stay woke. There were probably only one person asleep, and that might have been Bethany. Okay?
I agree.
So I'm going to say it again. Why are you opening your door 3 damn times? Why didn't you lock the fucking slider when he left out? Why didn't you call the girls or text them to see how they were doing and who is this fella belonging to? Because something got you up to look out 3 times. Come on, you guys. That's a lot of times in 20 minutes to look out.
And I understand it being a party house, and there's people coming in and out, random guys. But it's the combination of things. It's the combination of
you got it done at military surplus shops. Yeah, that's probably where he got it, a military store. Exactly. He could have bought it online. He could have bought it at an auction place. He could have bought it at those places where they have like this place we have here is an old grocery store, but inside of it, it's a flea market, and people go there to sell their items and stuff. Could have bought it anywhere. Could have bought it at a thrift store, a yard sale. Who knows? We thought their rooms was on the bottom, sweetheart, because everybody's listening to the gossip from everybody else talking about the rooms were on the bottom. Before they just said they was in the basement. They ain't got a damn basement. So I want to say this for the last time. Who put the rumor out about them finding Ethan? Remember, somebody put the rumor out on social media. I'm speaking on behalf of the girls because you all are talking bad about them. They wanted to put out the truth to how they discovered one of the bodies and flew out of the house after calling 911. You don't hear none of that in these affidavits. Stay woke. You all better wake up out there.
Because, yeah, we now know Ethan was not outside of the bedroom.
So I'm going to say it one more damn time. Who put out the fucking rumor that Ethan was outside of the room and that these girls saw him and ran out after calling 911? One passed out on the ground. The other one was too shook up. Strangers walked by, took the phone, and dialed 911. Who is this person with the anonymous commentary to social media speaking on their behalf? Because that version ain't in the affidavit. You all are too quiet.
It's also interesting that they both showed up at the same time, particularly now that we know that one of them saw him. Then how did they link up and together discover this stuff? That's just interesting to me, right? Because one already knew something was going on, the other didn't. So how did that come about?
And I'm sorry, but blood has a distinctive smell.
I know it does.
It does.
And let Queen school you on how blood has a distinctive smell. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody listening? In 1993, I went to my cousin's townhouse to check on him and his wife. And when I get to the front door, I'm met by his brother-in-law. And at the time, I was in a full state, if you know what I mean. And they said, Angie, why don't you come in and sit down? And I said, no, where's my cousin? No, you need to come sit it down. We don't want nothing bad to happen to you. Just come sit down. So I knew something was wrong. I said, And I'm standing at the door outside. I said, where's my cousin? Okay. Come in and sit down, Angie. That's something we need to tell you. Mont's not here. And I said, well, where is he? He's dead. I said, well, what do you mean he's dead? He killed himself last night. Okay. The blood smell permeated from upstairs where he killed himself in the bedroom with his wife. Are you following me? You could smell the blood all the way downstairs in the living room.
Now take that times 4 or 3. It's really hard to understand.
And I mean the smell. I can't explain it to you. Because he shot himself in the head. So matter was left out naturally till, you crime scene come in and then you pay somebody to clean it up. And guess who ended up cleaning it up? I couldn't do it. They called me to come. Then I made it just to the living room and started screaming. And I had to run out because that's how prevalent the smell was. And the wife was up there sucking up her husband's brains like it was nothing. Matter, blood clots. And I thought, how the hell can you clean that up? Yeah, we know somebody's got to do it, but you get my drift. So blood, as you said, You could smell it. And they lied in that house for hours, bludgeoned to death. So you on the second floor, and the girl is around the corner with 2 dead bodies. You should have been able to smell that indeed.
There's just no way you go back to sleep after. I don't understand. This timeline isn't making sense.
And that's just it. Either she was truly in shock when she seen this person or froze and couldn't move, or she wasn't. And that's her story.
Right.
The next
But I want you to ask yourself, why would I be in shock from seeing this person?
I would think that it's the combination of things. You heard someone say, someone's here. You heard someone say, I'm going to help you. You heard someone cry. You heard the dog barking.
And are you telling me, Brittany, this is when you realize I have sat idly by while he's been in there doing something to my friends?
Uh-huh.
But yet I still shut my motherfucking door and bring a story that I just found them at noon.
And like I said, I'm not victim blaming. It's just asking questions. It's hard for me.
Why didn't she mention he had blood on him when he had the bushy eyebrows? Interesting.
And that's just it. Even with him being dressed in dark clothing and a mask, obviously there was enough light for her to see eyebrows.
Footprint was at her door, so I'm going to ask you all for the last time, were the lights on inside of the house? Was her room had lights? Because imagine if there's lights on, he walked past me, then I have to see the blood sitting by the door. Bingo card. From the footprint. So were the lights on or off?
She didn't even have to really call 911 and say anything. She could just dial and hang up and dial and hang up, and they would respond, right?
Right.
So why not do that and wait 6 hours or whatever?
If she was truly scared to call because he may hear her, but at the same time, you have to remember she's opened the door 3 times.
So you should you should also smell sweat. Come on, Queen, they ain't ready for you. You still should smell something. Don't you think the odor in the room would smell different after 3 times opening the door?
I don't know about instantly, as far as, within a few minutes, maybe him just being in the house. I don't know if there would be an odor, but I just think the whole.
Brittany, you don't know if he has body odor or not. Stay woke. I tell y'all don't ask the right questions.
Oh, no, I have a very strong sense of smell.
Exactly. Who's to say he doesn't have a body odor? He chopped up 4 people. You've been opening and closing the damn door. He left a smell. I put my money on it. He left a distinctive smell in that fucking house.
Because even the adrenaline of it all would have made him sweat.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. We ain't talking about no Hannibal Lecter here, okay? He smelled. You just killed 4 people. You know damn well he left body odor up in there. Plus, what he got off the persons other people he killed.
But why did he leave her? She sees him coming towards her. She says he passes by her. I mean, I would think a murderer that's killed 4 people, you don't want to leave an eyewitness.
I wouldn't. This ain't the guy that shoots everybody up at the job and spares 1 or 2. Could be, but I want to get out of here. I want to get away.
That's what I would have done. If I couldn't help my friends, I would have got the hell out of there and went and sought help.
It's like, where's your?
I'm not staying there.
Where's your fight or flight? Most people have a fight or flight sense, and it's.
Because what you have to tell yourself is the obvious. Something made her continue to open the door. You have to own that. This is her version. So, she can't get mad at anybody asking these questions because the defense attorney is going to ask her, and she ain't going to ask them the way Queen's asking them.
Right. And I can't help but keep saying it. As the parents of those children, I know tonight they're sitting here asking these questions.
And the family, Gonsalves, Cornoto, all of them chiping. You think they're not wondering in the beginning why those kids were spared? Now they know that one was on the same floor that the killer killed Xana and Ethan. You know damn well they're trying to figure out what the fuck happened in that house and how it is you were opening and closing the door 3 times and never once called the roommates out, never texted their phones, never even just went on out and just checked on them. 3 times, that's a lot. And you want me to believe you've never heard a thump, a bump, a slam? Ethan is huge.
But, okay, so stop right there. She had to have heard a thump because it's on the recording.
That's more than a thug going on 2 big-ass 200-pound men. Come on now.
And the thump and the dog barking is on the recording that they have from their surveillance. So she had to hear. It's just a lot. It leaves a lot of questions.
Because remember, our thought is that these girls were on the bottom, some bottom floor. You putting yourself on the 2nd floor is extreme. I'm sorry. It's extreme at this point. That you didn't hear something. And you've put yourself there by saying you were up. You're opening and closing doors at least 3 times in the 20-minute interval. So why would I not think you didn't hear somebody, stop, don't do that. What did I do to you?
And you've heard all this, and at the same time you say that you see this person that's masked walk past you and go out the sliding door, and then you hear nothing after that?
Well, Callie Thunder, that's the reason why we're saying she should have called 911 for the very reason he could have kicked the fucking door in or jimmied it open. Duh. Come on, you guys.
And you're
right. You know what? You can just sit here and just keep making excuses because it's not like she stayed in the room and said, I heard something but got scared or chucked it off and went back to bed. You're up. That's information we never knew, that somebody was actually up when the victims were killed.
Yeah, and I feel like that was to protect them.
You can't ignore this. Come on. You can't ignore this now.
I mean, we knew that she was awake beforehand, really, because unless it was just speculation, I forgot what social media she had posted, but there was, I can't remember which one it was, but she had posted something on social media around that time frame. So she was awake.
Allegedly, friends were called the next day at 12 noon when they ran out of the house and passed out, and people came walking by asking what happened allegedly.
We thought that they were both on the bottom floor, and now we've
at that time,
on the 2nd floor. So that changes everything.
Our understanding is this: a rumor is put out on social media via her friends or people that knew her and them that they went up the stairs, found a dead body, ran out, called 911 before running out, passed out, couldn't talk. Somebody grabs the phone, calls, police show up thinking it's the person outside that's passed out. That's the initial 911, allegedly. But we have not had that verified from police. That is social media's rumor.
Exactly.
I think the police only say that there was a phone call from one of the surviving roommates that there was an unconscious person.
So then somebody speaks on behalf of her and the other girl, so you all stop harassing them. But whatever rumor was put out, it doesn't match the affidavit.
The dynamics have changed, though, because if she's on the 2nd floor, it's walls over, and it's 1 floor down, not 2 floor down. So the sound is much louder.
Exactly.
Right?
Why would you not call your roommate? Xana, are you crying? What's wrong, baby? Oh, y'all weren't waiting for that.
And it's truly
Xana, is that you crying? What's the matter? Kaylee, is that you crying? Maddie, is that you crying?
Was it the dog whimpering?
Why is
or
your
was it the
dog
person?
barking? What's wrong up there?
And what's heartbreaking is I can't help but think it was Ethan saying, I'm going to help you. At first, I thought it was possibly Brian just talking to his victims, but now a part of me thinks that it was Ethan talking to Xana.
Chaz, exactly. I cannot wait to hear the 911 call my damn self. Because let me tell you something. The gap and the mystery is not just the motive, how he came to pick the victims. What the fuck happened after about 4:45 to almost 12 noon? How about that?
Exactly.
Beth says she is the one BK was asking about being arrested. Anyone else? Just my opinion. Dear God, I hope not.
I pray not, but you never know.
I don't know if that exactly, if
Some people want to say, since I'm going to do something I have not done since I've covered this story, I've not accused anybody in the crime. I waited till the evidence was brought forward at an arrest, but I'm going to go out on a limb during this live stream. God forgive me. Could this incel, if they want to clarify him as an incel, could the incel have had help?
Well, the fact that they're calling it vehicle 1, and the fact that he has asked, has anybody else been arrested or whatever he asked? I mean, those are kind of two things along the same lines. So it's a good question to ask.
Yeah. Because I do not want to think these girls had any involvement whatsoever. They've clarified in the affidavit that her information checks out pertaining to the path of the killer going up and down the stairs. But to me, that's minuscule stuff. When you're not in the house, you really can't say what went on there. Let's be true. No surveillance inside. So you can't say when somebody actually got home, went to sleep, woke up, peed, turned on the movie. You can't say.
And I was under the impression most everyone was asleep in the house. And if there was DoorDash at 4 a.m., I would assume Ethan and Xana were awake.
That's the point.
Yep.
Why assume that somebody was asleep at 3 or 4? These are young people. Some people are actually night owls.
I mean, it's 12:21 here, and we're all still awake.
Somebody asked which car was Dylan. I don't know, sweetheart. But let's ask that question in the chat, because I think I put that on my community post. Do you believe he had help? And I think most of you said no. Do you believe this man had outside help aiding him in this crime?
I feel like I need a little bit more evidence. I'm not sure, because I want to say that at the beginning when they were people were talking about
that's just an assumption. Somebody's talking about why did the medical examiner say they were sleeping? Well, it could be the assumption is because they were in their beds. They were sleeping. It could be like somebody said with law enforcement, they want the killer to just not know everything that they want to release to the public. I don't know. But I know that just because it's 3 or 4 in the morning, that doesn't mean a person was asleep. Because there are people who stay up late. As you see, I'm up late doing this live. 9 times out of 10, I'll get off this live, put my night clothes on, and then I'll go turn on Netflix. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everybody don't go to bed directly depending on their schedule, what they have plans. That was going into a Sunday. So one would say, did any of them go to church on Sundays? Any of them have a job to go to on Sundays? That's how you're going to know who would actually be asleep and not. But you can't because you're not there.
And they're college kids, so
exactly.
They can run on way less sleep than
I don't think Dylan had a car or her license. I don't know.
And how did he know he could get in the house? I can't help but wonder that.
And we know people break in houses all the time, but this house showed no signs of break-in. So that means you either let the killer in or you left the door or window unlocked.
I just wonder if nothing else was there other people in the vehicle, and maybe he went up and he turned around and somebody else got in the driver's seat. He went in and did what he did, come back out, and then they left.
I thought of that.
Allegedly.
I thought of that.
Because they did mention when they were looking for the car, occupants in the car. Uh-huh.
Exactly.
And they cleared it up just like they cleared up the Target situation. So let's ask that. Did Koberger have a co-conspirator? Did he have a lookout? Did he have somebody sitting in the car waiting? Where was the car parked?
Chief Bry is now stating he acted alone, he believes.
Doesn't asking if anyone else was arrested put you there too? Of course it puts you there. So he told on himself. Either way, whether he's trying to be slick or not, it's not a normal question to ask when your house is being raided. You're at your parents' house. Wouldn't the first thing you say is, "What's going on?" Stay woke. See, Mr. Koberger thinks he's slick. He's not slick.
He thinks he's going to get away
That's
with
not
it.
a question. That's not a question I'm going to ask you if you kick this door in.
No, he would have been better off studying forensics instead of.
First, I've been back in my heart. What the hell's going on here? What the hell you doing turning my door down? What do you want?
Yeah, my first words are gonna be like, who do you think you are? Like coming in my house like this. Like I'm
not gonna ask you anything about anybody else and you kick the door down.
I have objects placed sporadically around my apartment just for in case.
Yeah,
like,
well, I have something in every window. So guess what? I don't have carpet. So something falls, clink, 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 break. There's something ceramic in one room's window. You're going to have to grab that, cut the screen, then break out the window. That piece is getting ready to fall on tile floor. It's going to crash.
I have the type of screens that they don't slide up and down. They come out. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but they're not on a track. They don't slide. And so when I first moved in here, I took screws and I screwed all my screens shut.
Somebody says they don't think this is first time. So we're going to start on the panel. Brittany at the top. First time or done it before?
I'll say first time.
Diane Johnson, first time?
I'm really on the fence with that.
Okay, Brittany P.
I think it's first time, but he's been doing a lot of research and to prepare himself.
Next question, Brittany at the top. He moved to Washington State just to kill.
It's a good possibility.
Diane Johnson.
I have a very strong suspicion in that.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Brittany P. Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay. Brittany at the top. Why did he leave the roommate alive?
I don't know. I have that same question.
Diane Johnson.
He didn't see her.
Brittany P.
I have no idea why he left.
So Diane Johnson, I'm gonna go back to you. She says he saw her. Well, she saw him. So how could she see him and he didn't see her?
She doesn't know what he saw, right? She can't speak for him.
Okay. So Diane says, I don't think Brian saw her standing in her own damn doorway. That's what you're saying.
That's the only logical thing I can come up with.
But you know how small the circumference is of the house. You have seen the tour, have you not? Diane?
She's alive for a reason. She's alive for a reason. He killed 4 people.
Okay, but let's indulge the queen. You've seen the layout of the house, correct?
Yes.
So let's go here. I'm standing in the doorway, let's say with it wide open. He's either coming toward me from the glass door, down the stairs from the girls' room, or around the corner from Xana and the living room, and he says nothing.
Unless he possibly hurt himself and he knew he needed to get out before he dropped it.
Even though he's looking dead at me, Brittany.
Or he knew her.
I have a question on something else too. And this.
Brittany P, finish that up.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Brittany P.
I believe they saw each other, and I don't know why she's still alive, other than possibly that they knew each other. And it's just hard for me.
What do you mean, Beto?
It's hard for me just right now with the evidence that we have. I mean, yeah, she's alive for a reason, but my question is, what is that reason?
Thank you, Callie. I was waiting for somebody in the chat to say it. She said what I've been waiting for y'all to say. Second floor is too small for him to walk by her and let her pass.
Right. It's too small to miss that room as well.
And we all thought before the affidavit come out that the only reason why
he was tired
and out of breath, maybe. I mean,
okay.
I mean, no doubt he was in there doing some work very quickly.
He didn't kill her because he knew her, Brittany.
Ugh, I hate to question it, but I can't help but question it.
Brittany P.
I think that there's a lot that he had to have known.
Diane Johnson.
There's a strong possibility he knew her.
How about this? Since they have a suspect, I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to do what I never did in the beginning, is throw daggers. So I'm going to be a little messy in this live stream. Could he have met her and used her?
Yes.
I hadn't thought about that, but that does make sense. That
just made
a possibility.
Friendly acquaintance, such as just chatting. How are you? Nice pictures. Public profile. He liked some pictures. She responded. They made conversation. She or the other girl. I don't know. Because I don't want to implicate these children, because I did not want to go down that route. But we have learned in many cases that lots of people know of things that they just refuse to tell as not to be implicated in a crime. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, naturally, they've checked their phone logs to make sure they have not been talking to this Mr. Brian Koiberger through apps or direct phone line. I would assume that would definitely come out if any of the girls talked. But I think some people are going to question this because she's alive and she puts herself at the scene to be woke and say he walked by her. So people are going to question that. But the flip side is law enforcement has checked their phones, and I would assume she wouldn't be smart enough to use a dummy phone to talk to Mr. Koiberger.
But I'm not sure we would know yet with this only being the arrest affidavit. This is only going to be the probable cause to arrest him. Would that information be revealed yet?
No, it wouldn't.
That's the crazy thing with the amount of information they gave us in just the arrest affidavit. You know, there's so much more.
Somebody asked, did she have a job? Why are you asking that? They have to have a job because they're paying rent, sweetie.
Well, I think they're probably wondering if maybe he had come into her work, depending on what type of job she had. If she worked at a restaurant or whatever, if maybe he had come in
and
met her there. Yes.
It would be interesting to know as well.
Wouldn't that be interesting to find out? It wasn't really what you think. Because, see, we have a habit of assuming stuff, especially when you're dealing with attractive and pretty people. Could be he did use them. He looked at one of the other girls, saw their social media pages, conversated slightly, coy. and put them all in the same group, but only killed the ones on the top floor. I'm just throwing out hypotheses at the moment.
Not even all the ones on the top floor, because one of them on the top floor still survived because she changed.
No, the
rooms.
top floor. I'm talking about the third floor. Nobody lives on the third
Oh,
floor.
okay. There's something about his alleged past that is.
She don't have a reason. 160. She was in a bed, I guess.
There's something about his alleged past that has kind of disturbed me because it's alleged that he abused heroin, and he's been quite successful. Heroin addicts are largely not successful, and no one has actually ever seen him use, to my knowledge.
That was high school when he was using. The girl spoke on that, the friend.
But she didn't see him, right?
Well, I think you'll know when people use drugs, sweetheart. There are ways of telling people use drugs.
And it's very possible he was on some sort of stimulant with his
weight shifted.
Oh, yes.
Through the years. You can see the difference. He looks smaller now. He was smaller than he was years ago. His eyes look different. His eyes were wider years ago. You can see he was doing something. Lost weight. That's possibly how he lost the weight, was using heroin.
And I could possibly see him still being on something like Adderall.
Exactly. He may have switched drugs because addicts switch drugs. He could have been a pill popper. Stay woke. Drugs have been linked to these types of crimes. Meaning, Dahmer was an alcoholic. He got off being drunk before seducing his victims. He would tell you the alcohol played a major part in the seduction of the killings. Who's to say he wasn't the same way? He did a little something to get hyped for the kill.
Yep, a drug is a drug.
And that might actually explain how it happened so fast.
And he was really into serial killers.
Exactly. Less than 20 minutes in and out.
And then back that morning. That's so mind-blowing.
Well, let's go here. Brittany, why did he go back at 9:30?
I don't know. Could he have been going back for the sheep? But hold on, I have a question.
But it was on the bed. Police saw the sheep, so he would have seen it too.
Right. But didn't they say, was it said on the news, or I don't know, that he had locked the doors?
He shut the door. So you got to ask all those questions. We don't know if the locks are automatic locks. He did shut Maddie's door, from my understanding. One of the experts on one of the TV shows said that her door was closed. But what you have to ask yourself is, do they automatically lock once closed?
Right. And I don't know, maybe he was going back to see if he could get that, and he remembered the doors were, I don't know. I just can't imagine him showing up at 9:30, and not seeing any police presence. He was probably very stunned.
Diane Johnson, why did he go back at 9:30?
I think he was comfortable going back at 9:30.
But why? But why?
He must have known that the cops have not been called yet. Which is leading us back to your previous question. Yes, there is a high probability that someone else was involved.
Because he went back?
No, not just because he went back, but it's just all these different things that are leading up to this.
Like what? You way out there, sister. You gotta bring home. Let me know what you're talking about. Answer one question first. Why did he go back at 9:30?
That is something I cannot answer. That my mind won't.
Brittany P, why did he go back?
It's common for them to go back to the scene, and I think he went back because he wanted to see. He's enjoying this. He wants to. That's why he wanted to see the evidence and the things that they have against him.
And it's possible, that he listened to a scanner app and he never heard anything come across. So he was just wanting to drive back to check out the situation.
So he was stupid enough to go back and let his phone ping right there at the house. Dumbass.
Right, because he had turned his phone off or put it on airplane mode or whatever
when
before.
he left at 2:47, he left Pullman. But see, this when you know you're thirsty, you're so desperate, you screwed yourself. You had the nerve to have that phone possibly turned off once you got into Moscow. It hit back at your house at 4:48 a.m. and you were stupid enough to get back up hours later with your fucking phone on.
I think, and this is just my opinion, but I don't think he's smart enough to understand how that type of technology works. And I think that he had turned it.
Brittany P, don't do that.
Well, listen, I think that he turned it off thinking, I'm going to go commit these murders. My phone's not going to ping. And then it's going to ping back at my house. So then he didn't turn it off when he returned at 9. And he was trying to create a timeline based on his phone pinging to where he could say, well, I was at home at this time and I wasn't even nowhere around there till 9 a.m.
Okay, but guess what?
That's not gonna work.
Why the fuck am I going back over here, period? In case they do come find me and say, well, sir, your phone pings at 9:30. What were you doing over there? What are you gonna say?
Well, exactly. I mean, he just didn't think that through, but I think that possibly that could be the reason. He wasn't smart enough to realize that.
But that still makes no sense. If I'm smart enough to not turn the phone on, sweetheart, before going to Moscow, I would have that same sense to not have the fucking phone on at 9:30.
He didn't think he was going to get caught.
Right. That's where he messed up.
Well, then you should have left the phone on after 2:47.
And it's possible he did at his own house. He could have left the phone on at his home playing, like, for instance, your live stream. I could leave my phone on, your live, I leave my house, so it shows my phone is active and I'm actively watching something, although I'm somewhere else. Mm-hmm. But obviously,
that's not it either, because they tell you at 2:47 it shows him leaving and then it stops.
Yeah, so he turned it off.
So it was been pinging all that whole time from 2:47 to 4:48 at his house.
Right. So wherever you turn it off should be the last, it'll ping off the last tower.
That's how a lot of murders are solved, is the phone ping.
Yeah. Hippie says, I think he wants the whole experience of purpose. He wants to feel the reality of being a criminal. Yes.
And a part of me just thinks with the questionnaire that was online and, you know, things he's studying in school, was this truly just to see if you could get away with something like this?
Yeah, of course, that's why he did. He's been studying it for years.
I feel like he should have studied forensics instead.
And talked. Well, that's what Joseph Scott Morgan had said. He didn't really know what he was doing.
And allegedly, he was infatuated with DBK, which is also a serial killer.
Who?
DBK. Somebody had said that apparently he was into researching DBK, and I don't
think, you know what, I don't know if it would matter about the serial killer. I think he's been tainted a long time, and I think him studying psychology and the built up of anger and dealing with women and not fitting in with people in general just took its toll on him. So the more he traveled, the more he studied psychology and these killers, he just became immersed, kind of like the actress who ends up becoming immersed in the character. You understand? To where you start to believe you are the mobster.
Now, I will say I did question whether he came to that, because if I'm not mistaken, he was studying under the person that
why is all y'all going down the thing BTK?
Because I believe he was studying under the professor or someone that wrote the book on BTK.
Yeah. Professor Ramblin, yes, she talked to BTK. But like I said, his daughter going on and on about him talking. BTK is locked down 23 hours a day. I don't think he talked to him.
Well, I don't think he talked to him, but he studied.
Well, let's go here. Did he tell his father anything suspicious in nature pertaining to the Idaho 4, Brittany?
No.
Diane?
No.
Brittany P?
I don't think the parents knew.
Do you think his father and mother ever wondered about that Elantra when the APB came out, or did they ever hear about the Idaho 4, Brittany?
I often wonder if possibly the father could have helped the police in a way.
Help who?
Like have contacted the police, to let them know they were traveling, and because he was questioning. I mean, that's just a thought I've had. That's not something I feel that strong about, but being that they had, pulled over and checked on them and things like that. But no, I do not think that Brian said anything to his father. I mean, I would think that, his parents, with mentioning the shooting, I think that's
Brittany,
very strange.
what you think? You think his parents knew about the killings in Idaho?
I'm not sure that they did, but I've also at first wondered why, they didn't arrest him when he got pulled over twice in Indiana. But I'm starting to think that maybe they wanted him to get home because they were going to raid the home. They knew
they needed his real DNA, not just the ancestral.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So the real DNA came from the trash bin in Pennsylvania.
I think that him being pulled over twice was just to verify who was in the vehicle.
Okay, because Indiana's denying any information pertaining to him being wanted or the car. They're denying.
Well, that's Indiana for you. No offense.
Oh my God, you all are crazy.
The whole interaction with the cops, it was very strange to mention the things that they mentioned, but it was interesting because with the enhanced audio, you can hear Brian saying, "We're on our way to get Thai food," but you hear the father saying, "We're coming from."
Yeah, I didn't like that conversation. The whole conversation was off.
But you could tell the father was trying to be. I felt like he was trying to be honest, like we're coming from such and such. We're going to Pennsylvania.
From, so I get it. You can tell him I'm coming from, Washington and making small talk. But it's all creepy now that you see it play back. It's just creepy. It's like anything. It's like watching the girls at the grub bus, the corner bar, pictures, videos of her playing with her dog, Kaylee. It's creepy because you now know they're dead.
Yeah.
I don't know how her parents could not know or suspect.
Slow motion of a car, and he's peeping all around Brian. He was guilty when he was sitting there looking. Got the nerve to talk about a shooting at the school. You just killed 4 people. What are you talking about? I thought the conversation was whack. Why are you mentioning any type of crime and you just kill people? Brazen.
Yeah, that was very odd.
His parents knew that they had that Elantra over there. He knew that their son was over there, or they knew that their son was over there. Mm-hmm. They know that this is around the vicinity of the murders. How could they not?
I was going to say, how could you not know?
How could you not?
Because I bet you he's talkative. The people at the school told you that. He started walkie-talkie after the killings. He called his parents and told them, "You won't believe this."
How do they not suspect? Even if he didn't, it's nationwide news. They know they have that white Elantra.
4 kids were killed 15 minutes away, Dad, Mom.
Oh right.
God, really?
We're all looking for a white Elantra, but they aren't.
Right, exactly.
But guess what? I bet you he left that part out.
But it was all over the nation news. That's what I'm saying. The parents had.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so let's go there. Did the parents call them and say they're looking for this white car?
That's what gets weird.
Because what was the point of him going back to PA?
Daddy had this trip planned already. So now we need a receipt to the airline ticket. When he flew in, did he buy it in advance before the 13th of November?
I mean,
he flies in, but then they drive all the way back.
Cross country. I just heard this. He just said it was pre-planned. They had this planned already.
But which is still questionable because it's such a long drive. You need more than one person. So is the dad gonna drive back?
You got to ask yourself the obvious question: what are the odds and the timing? And how did you get the damn Elantra cross country to Washington from Pennsylvania in the first place?
I mean, I do think that's very brave for him to even think to drive the vehicle.
So maybe they're just saying that. He could have called his father and said, "Well, Daddy, I want you to fly out so we can have some bonding time." I don't know, because I don't know these people.
I'm not going to drive my personal vehicle across country personally because I'm not going to put that type of wear and tear on my everyday vehicle. I'm going to rent a vehicle.
Well, you got to remember, he
Right.
moved out there. So, of course, he would take his car. His car was drivable. So, that's a different situation. He's a student. So, he took his own car. What we're talking about is why would the father fly out to then drive back? Because flying from East Coast to the West is expensive. A ticket from here to Houston, I checked a year and a half ago, is about $600 something. You see where I'm going now?
Inflation on top of that.
That's a lot of money to fly from Pennsylvania to
just to drive
Washington
back.
State.
Just to basically, in my opinion, you flew there, which is you're right, very expensive ticket.
Very
just like
expensive
get
ticket.
out of a plane and get in a car with your
And
son.
then get in a car.
To turn around and drive back to where you just come from.
And then you're going to drive to Bond. And then in the end, he had to drive back. So let's go here with the fact that he's registered the car 5 days after killing the kids because his tag was expiring, which shows he was going to plan to stay in Washington. He's finished his coursework, which shows he planned to stay in Washington. But did he plan to come back from this trip going to Pennsylvania? Brittany.
I think so, yes.
Diane Johnson.
I think he planned to come back, but I don't think he planned to bring the car back.
Okay, Brittany P. Interesting point.
Yes, I agree with her. I think the actual reason for Dad flying in and them driving the Elantra back to PA was that he was going to switch vehicles and drive a different vehicle back. So he had a different vehicle.
But stupidly, you register it under Washington, so it's going to come up anyway.
Right.
That's what don't make
And
no
the
sense
dad
to me.
didn't need to fly out for that. He could have just drove it that one way.
And that would be something the parents would question, I would assume.
Well, let's question all three of you. Do you think he asked the father to go back with him for a certain reason other than bonding?
Yeah. I think that he needed somebody to be there to kind of take the profile off of him. His hands were.
But how are you going to take off the profile? What you've done with yourself has nothing to do with your father.
Just some sort of sense of security. Not that it really would bring any, just to have.
As I just said, a daddy daycare.
Yep.
That, yeah, it is.
Daddy
That,
daycare ride.
I think he didn't. I think he wanted
scared to ride alone in case
a single
he
male.
did get pulled over and they seize the car. They're going to take the car anyway if they want to seize it with your daddy in there.
Regardless, it was in a murder.
What's really sad is, if you listen to the dad, he sounds proud of his son. Like, oh no, he's a professor. Listen to him talk. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, but you know what? I do believe that he's a product of this thing called daddy.
Victim.
Because they usually are products of their parents. Is the reason why they turn into the monsters that they are. They get treated by their parents. Because I think you're going to find out that they aren't who people may think they are. That's why he is the way he is. It's more than just he got bullied and he was fat as a kid.
And what is your relationship with your mother? What is your true issue with women?
Because you can't make me think that mommy's sitting in there crying and he has a great relationship with her. He would have never killed a woman if he had a great relationship with his mother. You know that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because he would have had a strong enough mother to tell him it doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter that somebody don't like you. You still can go meet a nice girl that will like you. He'd be pumped up and promoted by his parents to have some self-esteem. Stay woke.
Right. And I agree. I think it's always important.
Your kids.
Pay attention how a man treats his mother. I think that's very important.
Exactly. Ted Bundy was living with his sister/mother, and he told that at the end, I could never get past that. The lies that they had me raised with this woman who I thought was my sister. She was my mother. They were cruel to her. They were ashamed that she had a baby out of wedlock, sent her off, and raised Ted as their own. So he learned from these people. Grandfather violent, drunk and all that. See, all that plays a part of your personality.
You're a product of your surroundings.
Yes. So
your
they said
environment.
the father was difficult. One of the aunts estranged from the family. Gambling debts by people in the family. I don't know exactly if it's the father or not. Somebody in the chat said the daddy's 3 times bankruptcy. That could be he could be the gambler.
But a gambler don't make you a murderer.
But what I'm saying, you are going to be aloof and not paying attention to your children if you're a gambler, Brittany.
Right, not caring about taking care of your home.
You, first of all, you don't care about yourself. You don't care about your family. You're spending money. You're causing strife in your family.
True.
Your family needs you. You're off gambling. So you're not paying attention to the needs of your wife. You're not paying attention to the needs of your kids.
Yeah, not being able to take care of their well-being.
So now let's think about a kid that's a fat kid being teased, growing up in a house with a gambling ass father, mean father. Now, he needs a role model. Daddy's gone. Then daddy's mad when he comes home. He's lost all his damn money if indeed the daddy is the gambler. Then you got to factor in the relationship with the mother. Was she doting, kind? Did she speak to him kind? Or was she stern? And if he's of the Jewish faith, we don't even need to go any further with that.
Is he?
They have high expectations of their children. Stay woke.
Do we know what his religion is?
I think you know that damn well that he's probably Jewish. Come on now. That's the whole purpose of the pans and the meat separate and the vegetables. That is part of the Jewish faith, not to cook the food in the same pot. I heard a woman talk about that on Oprah many years ago. She actually has pots specifically for meat, specifically for vegetables. And
right, I know. Sorry. I know a lot of people made a big deal about that, but I think that's pretty typical for most vegans. That they don't.
I'm cooking vegetables all the time, and it ain't gonna matter about the pots because I don't eat meat.
Right.
That's only if I'm visiting you, what you cook it in.
Yep.
There's way more to this.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think it really truly goes back to a lot of the childhood. It's just crazy to think that truly someone being bullied over, girls or weight or whatever could cause somebody to do that, because it does happen all the time. Or not being able to have
it's not Jewish? Oh, okay. All right, Andrea. Well, I just figured that he was Jewish because I know I've heard of Jewish faith not wanting the food cooked in the same pots and pans. Let's go here. People have come forward speaking about his demeanor up and down, and that's weird to me. But if you're a depressed person, that's expected. Disheveled, hair ain't combed, coffee drinking, looks tired. But then somebody else comes forward and says, oh, he's just a talking and a talking and a talking. See where I'm going?
Yeah, I think he's on stimulants. I truly believe that he's on something like Adderall or something like that.
That's 2 different versions of his demeanor since the killings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they said that after the killings that he become more talkative and he seemed like more relaxed and because he went back to school like nothing happened.
Don't you find it interesting that he registered his car and he finished his courses as if he had not a care in the world?
If he's getting high on stimulants, that will make him, be more talkative. And then you have a low
point, yeah.
That will, make you not so the fluctuation in his moods would correspond with stimulant use.
And yes, Queen says help him stay up and study. Good point. I'm going to tell you the truth.
All night.
If there was no surveillance of this car,
we wouldn't know nothing.
We would still be searching and trying to figure out.
And there would be somebody else.
That's really scary to think about, though, truly.
And I think about that, and I should not focus because that's negative.
I mean, I can't help but think about all the decks.
Because I tell myself, if they had never got a glimpse of that car, you'd have to take that DNA and try to compare it to something. So what would the something be?
They wouldn't have anything to go off of at that
That's
point.
what I was trying to tell myself. What would you have to go off of?
How long was his phone back there the morning after that 9-ish time when he came back? How long was he there? Did the affidavit say?
I don't remember. I just remember it said it pinged.
So he would have left before 5 a.m., I believe. I don't remember the time, but it would have been before 5 a.m.
He got his phone pinged at his house at 4:48.
And they were able to track in the affidavit traffic cameras of him driving back home.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely knew that was the car. And then was it 9:30ish?
9:32.
9:32 he goes back.
I'm just wondering if he was there long enough to actually go in and do some cleanup of whatever.
So
And
yeah, I would
that's
think that
why
would give
he
him
went
some
back.
time.
That's just a question that in my
Then
mind.
he would have grabbed the sheath though.
That's what I was going to say. Why didn't he grab the sheath if it was
He may
just
have
laying there?
He may have made more than one mistake and he was cognitive of that. That's what I'm thinking.
And then
that's why I'm wondering why. That's why I'm wondering how long he was actually there when he went back, because it's really baffles my mind that he went back and yet the 911 call wasn't even called for still hours later, but somehow he felt okay to go back. I mean, right after even.
That's mind blowing. And then wasn't there wasn't there a news interview where the news are out front of the home and they've showed a white car going kind of up on the road behind the house that they thought was the same car?
Somebody took a picture of the car. I thought that was out of town though.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if that was ever correlated. It
Yeah.
may come out. I know what you're talking about. I don't know if it was correlated. It was eerie though.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that it was either. I just thought that was strange. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
I'm trying to look at this paper to see about that time.
And also wondering if we only know him pinging at the residence where the murders took place, but we don't know where he may have also been stalking them or traveling around them outside of this area.
Oh, you mean at the jobs and stuff?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if
I think he did that. That's where the August ticket comes in at. He picked Moscow for a reason.
And we also don't know, because this was a party house. We don't know that if he's not been in that house before hanging out.
And
I think the girls would have told that.
Before we knew the sheath was found, that's exactly what I thought that he was going to say, due to his DNA being in the home.
Well, see, that's why he came back, because he needed to know what DNA they had. That's going to go to the narrative he's got to spin in court, see.
Well, his word, the court appointed lawyer in Pennsylvania, he was coming back to be exonerated.
Right. But I got to know at first what DNA and stuff you got, so I can say, oh yeah, I was at the house, but he can't spin it with that weapon.
When they first said
right there.
When they first said that he was wanting to come back to Idaho because
but I read that. I think
he thinks he was gonna be exonerated. I was thinking in my head, is he gonna try to represent himself?
No,
and then when they said court-appointed lawyer, I was
smart enough to represent himself.
I was surprised that it was a court-appointed lawyer.
Yeah, but sweetheart, if I don't know anything about law, I ain't getting ready to represent myself. I'm gonna let you do all that. I'm just gonna spoon feed you a reason for this and this, but I ain't getting ready to go do that by myself and tackle that by myself. Thank you, Hippie. I don't think he was welcome there. Welcome where, Hippie?
There's a difference between knowing the law and being a police officer and upholding the law. I'm agreeing with you, Quinn, because I
Yeah,
think people are
Darrell
like
Brooks
baffled by
did it.
what you're saying.
I think Darrell Brooks did pretty good, even though he threw a lot of tantrums. But he did better than I would have assumed.
Oh Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
You have to admit, for somebody that don't study the law, I think he did okay. Besides, his little temper tantrums in court, but he did better than most.
And God bless that judge.
Oh yeah, he had too much patience.
She had way
too much patience with that nonsense. I'd have been cut that mess off.
Mm-hmm.
When is the date for the trial? The 12th?
The next hearing. Mm-hmm.
Or hearing, I mean, and that's when they.
Yeah, that trial's not going to be for a while because she's got a lot of information she's got to go through. I doubt that's going to be anytime soon. The trial. We'll be back in swimsuits and bathing suits. Hearing things about this. Mm-mm.
And so
more information will come out now too. Now that all this has been.
Yeah, because she's got to go through all the stuff that they already have gone through. So that's why it's not going to be no couple months they'll be going to trial, because she's got to now talk to everybody that they've talked to. She's got to now talk to parents, family. She's got to go through all the DNA. She's got to do all the eyewitness testimony. She has a lot to do.
And
I don't know.
Hopefully there'll be more evidence coming out too, just to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So she's got work ahead of her.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she'll have help or not defending him. We will see. But you see how polite he was in court.
But isn't it on certain murder trials or first-degree murder trials, you have to have more than one lawyer? So she would need another. I guess it would be somebody.
Hippie said, "My welcome to the party house. He didn't fit in." I don't know. I don't know if he ever went to the house, sweetheart.
I would love to know if he ever went there. And it's possible that the girls would not even know that he was.
His father is a maintenance worker and his mom is a substitute teacher.
I think his dad works in the with HVAC systems or something like that.
I was gonna say allegedly gated community.
Yeah, HVAC systems, I believe they had said, and the mom, is a substitute teacher.
Well, let's go here. Trial date comes along. He goes to court. And he goes forward with a trial, knowing all this evidence against him. Imagine one jury member.
Oh, no. No.
Find some empathy in Brian Kohlberger.
I'm afraid that they're going to find that the questions are going to lie within the roommate that didn't call 911.
Because
that's all you need is reasonable doubt.
From a juror, he will not live. If
all
he goes out free, he won't live.
It's like what now, honey?
If he ends up getting free, he won't live. That's why they have the protection that he does. People are very angry about this.
Okay, but guess what? Let's be truthful.
They'll protect him.
Nobody killed Casey Anthony Stay. Well,
that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
That was one of the most hated women in America, and she is free like OJ all day.
Ugh.
She's still hated.
OJ free. So we know it's a myth somebody would just kill one of these people. The only person that got killed that was heinous was Jeffrey Dahmer, and that was inside of prison.
Yeah, he's more likely to get killed in prison than in the outside world.
So
he gonna get beat the hell up with this kosher ass meal.
So, Queen, in chat.
No, I'm being serious.
No, I would beat somebody up if they got a nice meal.
I'm keeping it serious. I'm in jail and I gotta get people to give a commissary for me to eat, and you bring your ass in there talking about some kosher shit, and they gonna go out and get you fresh stuff from the. They said that Law and Crime or one of those things. There's a place in Moscow. They're thinking about going to get them food. Do you hear yourselves? You sound crazy as hell.
Yeah, no.
You act like this is a rock star. You're going to get fucking special food for.
Did you see in chat, Queen? Callie says the movie Brian's sister was in. There's a group of students that were stabbed to death. That's the truth. Yeah, that's true. She was in that movie. I googled it.
What was the name of the movie?
I have to look it back up. I don't know the name of the movie. Hang on, I think it was in 2011. Oh, maybe she says it 2 days back. Is the name of the movie, maybe? Maybe she'll write back and tell us. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting too.
Well, it's called stimuli. When your mind is tainted, it gravitates towards just about anything. And it doesn't take much for you to fall off. So you got somebody that's being bullied. They feel inadequate. They have social issues, possibly have home issues. It doesn't take very much for you to get stimulated toward the wrong direction.
And we don't know what went on behind closed doors.
You are sick. Dog food.
He said, pardon me.
Damn right.
Pardon me. That's funny.
I said in my last live, I would definitely put up a petition. You all go forward with serving him kosher food only. The people of Moscow ought to be upset because that's coming out of those people's pocketbooks. And those are regular folks out there.
Yeah, the name of the movie was 2 days back.
Working class people, that's their tax money. So it's not funny.
No.
Because people get arrested every day, different religious faiths. That's why when somebody came in the chat talking about that religious stuff, man, I don't want to hear that junk. You chose to go to jail. That is your choice. That has nothing to do with no damn religion.
Agree.
You put yourself there.
Yep.
No.
And you get invited to a dinner party and she says, I'm having duck and a big cow for dinner. And you can say, well, I don't eat that.
Someone in the chat last night said,
a respect would say you sit down and you eat that. That's respect.
Well, you're in jail, and jail means you put yourself in here. So if we're eating peanut butter and jelly sandwich and an apple for lunch, you either eat or you don't.
Agree.
That's the bottom line. This is jail.
That's state-funded money.
This is not
We're not
a party you invited to, and you don't like what's on the menu, or the person's throwing a dinner party and they say, who's vegan, who's not? I'm going to have a split type menu. That's different.
You better trade that tray for a pack of noodles.
Well, let's just say
you'll
be gaining his man boobs back eating a bunch of fucking ramen noodles.
Last night, someone said in the chat, it was funny on your channel. I'm going to tell them I'm on the keto diet, steak every night.
Yeah, that was funny. And somebody made a joke about the pots and pans, and I missed that one. I didn't get it at first.
But there's people on the street that would love to have a bologna sandwich. So
that's the whole point of the story. You're getting ready to cater to somebody that butchered kids in your town, and you're worried about going in the fucking Moscow, whatever, to find him the appropriate food to eat. Do you know how insane that sounds?
It's insane.
That's a disrespect to the dead.
Yep.
That you're worried about what the fuck his religious background is to eat, and these kids are dead. They're sucking on dirt. So how are you paying any respect to them?
And other inmates, like you just said.
Yeah, and even though they got themselves in a predicament, but how you think they're going to feel like, who the fuck is this dude coming in here talking about, I'm kosher, I don't eat red meat or chicken or bologna?
Agree, absolutely.
Well, then you'll just get a plate.
It's not okay.
You'll just get a bowl full of Brussels sprouts, dude. Who cares?
And some people enjoy bologna. I'm not going to say I wouldn't eat it, but you better fry it.
The point is, jail does not serve no full course meals for lunch or breakfast. So
you get what you get, and you eat it or you don't eat it at all.
This is a small town with only 38 inmates. Do the math.
It should be.
They're not getting no full. You already know they're not getting no full meals, lunch, dinner, and breakfast, lunch. They're only getting a bologna sandwich and probably fruit, or a sandwich for lunch, a piece of fruit, and then dinner, it might be a piece of bread, a meat, and 2 vegetables.
So is it true that, like, okay, for instance, say he got a bologna sandwich and he wanted like mustard, that you have to pay in the commissary for the packs of like mustard and things like that?
I'm sure if they got condiments to go with the meal, Brittany, they will give you an option.
Okay,
I don't know. I'm not in jail.
The point is,
Me
it has to
either.
be standard across the board. You can't give one person something and another person another.
So
It has
for
to be
Moscow
the
to
same.
even say that, and I posted it to my community board, feel free to go. It's on there, and it says they are going to go out to get him something in the city.
That's bullshit.
Oh, wow. So they said they were going to go out in the city?
Yes. It's on my community board.
I missed that. No, he doesn't deserve shit. Eat what the rest of them eat.
Exactly.
Some 3-day-old lettuce.
Whatever it is on the table, what's put on the table, you eat it or you don't eat it.
Hey, Bubba don't want them Brussels sprouts. You can give them to Brian.
Brussels sprouts are good if they're cooked well.
I like Brussels sprouts.
I'm sorry, but it reminds me of that movie from back in the day where he's like, "You gonna eat that bread?"
Exactly.
But that is the point.
Hey, I got a joke for y'all. Are y'all listening? He was worried about being fat. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
You about to get fat now?
Oh, you gain weight in jail.
Oh, he gonna gain weight because he ain't got nothing to do.
He's
And
gonna
he
get a
gonna
lot
be
of
eating up,
attention.
he gonna be eating up a lot of Cheetos and Fritos up in there. When somebody put the money on the commissary.
That's another thing. So as a parent, I can't honestly say in this situation I could put money on my child's commissary. I don't.
Go said he shows his personality and attitude. He'll be getting knuckle sandwich.
Yes.
That's a good one.
I have no doubt. He would get some meat.
Get your ass beat up. Get your ass beat up in there if you want to. I don't care what they do to him. You chose this. You didn't have to be in there. You had a full life that you could have perfected. But you didn't
give yourself
a chance. Exactly.
He could have really made a difference in life if he chose to.
If he chose to. So him wanting to chase in behind demons and serial killers or whatever his mode of method, that was his choice. Because there are a lot of shy people, awkward people, introverted, overweight people, and they're not sitting up here trying to find ways to kill people.
Absolutely not.
I think you just described me. Introverted, overweight.
What well, I didn't hear you.
I said I think you just described me. Introverted, overweight.
Well, I'm overweight and extroverted. So there you go. And let me tell you something. I know I said the only way I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna have to pop off real tight. And there's days I want to pop off, but what I do is I just ignore it, keep it moving. Because violence isn't the way to settle our differences.
No.
And that's what he needed to understand, is that you can't go kill people because you feel some type of way, or you're judging these girls by the way they look. You don't even know them.
As a parent, I will say this. I love my son more than I love my own life. I do not love my son more than anyone else's life.
Jeff.
I agree. I completely agree with that.
Okay, cereal. Serial killers eat cereal. Okay.
Did somebody just say that? Is that must have been the joke?
Yeah, Jeff H said serial killers get cereal. That's it.
He probably
that might be true.
Well,
I mean,
he better hope he ain't got no
oatmeal.
Jeffrey Dahmer fans cooking in the kitchen, or he might be eating somebody's damn big toe.
And that's probably what's going to happen with this guy. People are going to be all fascinated with.
Oh yeah, somebody's going to put something in his food. You watch what I tell you.
Get all these love letters.
Well, he just better hope Big Bubba don't get frisky back there in the kitchen.
You know, and that's sad because I heard someone mention that last night talking about, the amount of publicity these people get,
And
how
they do. And we do. We focus on them, the who,
it
the
is
why,
so,
the what. Exactly. That's why they were angry with the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix, because they don't want to talk about it no more. They don't want to hear about it no more. And it's like you're glorifying this Jeffrey Dahmer person. And yes, it's a fascination trying to figure out what made this person tick. Why did he do this? But it's not fair to the victims. It's not.
And that's what they were saying, that, everybody knows Dahmer, everybody knows, Bundy.
Yeah.
Can you name one of his victims?
Yeah. I can name Tracy Edwards. He ended up killing a man, so it rubbed off on him.
Right. And that's sad to think, but I don't look at him as a celebrity. I wasn't interested in tracking his flight, or I knew he was coming. That's all I needed to know. Yeah, but it is sad to think that, that it's looked at as some sort of celebrity or whatever.
Let's talk about this before I check out, because I'm at 2:35 now. There are many people missing in America. There are many people who are murdered in America, and there are no leads. There's no push for state police, FBI. You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how unfair is it to all the people who have been murdered, and there is no FBI or state police intervention?
That needs to change.
Because
one life is not, there is not one life more important.
Just like they want to give him favoritism for food, it's no different than the FBI state being involved in this case, and you didn't help solve the case down the street.
Agree.
Because you still have cases over next door in Oregon that were similar to this that have never been solved. See where I'm going?
Agree.
That's something I've always wondered, like what makes the police, go so hard for one case versus another.
Well, we already know why this case is prevalent. 4 students, young,
right? This case, yes,
and 4 killed in one house. It's up to the law enforcement to decide to ask for help, which they did. So it's up to the police department.
But it
they
still
have
leaves me
the resources to investigate this case alone.
But I can't help but question sometimes, if it was a different nationality, would it have gotten the same attention?
Well, it's going to get a lot of attention because one is in small town America, nice little quaint little town in the Pacific Northwest. They were Caucasian students. They were students. It's about demographics. But that's the bad part about the story, is that as soon as this dies down, there'll be another big story that everybody will jump on YouTube, and they'll run across the media, court TV, new. You see where I'm going?
Right, because it's funny. The whole the shooting or whatever was brought up at that traffic stop. Mm-hmm. I heard nothing about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know about it
until it was brought up at the traffic stop. That was the first me hearing of it.
I agree with what you were saying last night about the missing Indigenous women.
Yeah, that's something that needs to be talked about a lot.
Largely.
There are lots of places that have a lot of killings. When I brought you stats the other day pertaining to states with a lot of killings, it was hard to believe that Louisiana would be considered a place where people are getting snuffed out by serial killers. Okay? I've pulled up 2 documentaries past 5-6 months pertaining to they had a serial killer killing women down there. They had a serial killer killing, I believe it would be considered homosexual men. That's scary. And this is years ago, but it just shows you there's stuff going on in the United States you don't even know about until you go into your pay channel and you see the documentary and you be like, man, I never heard this before. And then you open it up and then you listen and you be like, wow, I never knew this. There's probably people right now don't know Louisiana is on the list of serial killer heaven. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Of all places. California has the highest serial killer victims, under 2,000.
The mountains are Alaska, a lot of Indigenous women.
Alaska, number 3. Washington, D.C., serial killer stomping grounds.
I would be curious to see what Kentucky's stats are, because 30 minutes from where I live, which it's been 7 years since the last killing, but for 4 years straight, there was a murder in Bardstown. And I believe the first one was Officer Ellis. The second one was a daughter and her mother. And so that's 3 people. And then Crystal Rogers come up missing.
Yes, I
and
remember
they're
that.
still looking for her. The FBI's been in and out of town and searching the boyfriend's farm, which allegedly, in my opinion, he's the one that should be arrested for at least Crystal Rogers.
Okay.
But all of these cases are from Bardstown, the same exact town.
Okay.
And all of these killings were not, I mean, Bardstown's not a huge town anyway, but
Are you talking about the woman who they believe her husband killed her?
Yeah.
I'd like to, I think I've briefly talked about that story a year and a half or so ago. That story is very intriguing to the Queen.
And
because
it
I find it very interesting, all these people popping up dead affiliated with the case.
Yeah,
and there's possibly
because her
some
father
police
too.
involvement.
So what, Brittany P?
Yeah, because see, her family, they never stopped looking for her.
They did not.
And her dad was, well, they're calling it a hunting accident, but no, I just don't believe that it was a hunting accident, because it was him and his grandson, and they went hunting, and literally from the story is that they got out of the truck and they were getting ready to go to the spot where they were going to sit and hunt, and he got shot. And his grandson standing, right there in the field with him.
Yeah, I watched the documentary, and the cop who got killed on the lonely road, branches on the road, and he gets killed.
Right, and so, and there's reward money for these, at least for Officer
And then
Ellis.
one of the ladies affiliated with the story, a sister or somebody, she moved all the way out of town so she can get away from the hype of this place. But see, that's the thing people don't understand about small towns. There is corruption. There is the camaraderie of, being liked and being in I call it a clique. So there are cliques everywhere. They're in church. They're in school. They're in workforces. They're everywhere.
Yeah. And it's like,
and that's what that town is about. It was a clique.
Yeah. I live like 30 minutes from that, and I don't go to Bardstown for this reason. Even when I get on what we call it BG Parkway, but it's the Bluegrass Parkway, and I get on it to go to Lexington. And even whenever I, leave the back road to get on this parkway and hit that ramp, it's just like, because this is unsolved and we don't know who done it.
Somebody met, damn well who did that, and the people just covering for that guy.
Well, and then I know in my heart that Brooke Hawkes, I feel like, is the killer of Crystal Rogers, which is but I don't know 100% if they're all connected and if he has anything to do with the other cases, but I would not be surprised if he did.
Well, my thing is that they're all connected to the case in some form. If they were random people that had nothing to do with it, then you might just say, oh, there was some hunting incident. But all the people that are died are connected to the case.
Yes. And
so you can't explain that in a small town, all those people falling over dead. That doesn't make any logical sense.
Exactly. And
these aren't 88-year-olds that died.
No. No. And she was young, and they definitely killed her father because he wasn't going to give it up, looking for her and finding answers. And
they were sending a message. I want you to stop talking.
Exactly.
That was the purpose of killing him. Stop talking.
The brother of Brooke Hawkes was a police officer.
Right. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Exactly. And so when you watch the interview, when they're interrogating and interviewing Brooke Hawkes, his brother calls him in mid-interview and is like, stop talking.
Yep, I saw that.
So why? It's like...
Let me say something about this. This is like anywhere. The people are afraid to speak up even before the people started being sloughed off. Because 9 times out of 10, the people know how the town works. They've probably heard of corruption. They've probably heard of, underhanded shit going on. But that's where the FBI and the internal whatchamacallit comes in. That's their job to come in and put a stop to that. You can't expect regular people to put a stop to something because they have to be able to live and have a place to stay. And in them opening their mouths and speaking, they got to make sure they're talking to the right person or they don't end up dead.
I really hope that they're getting close to nailing him, because since this last time when the FBI come into town, they're being really close-lipped on their evidence. We know that they did collect evidence, but we do not know what evidence they've collected. I follow Shay McAllister on when it comes to the Bardstown murders, because she's the one that keeps everybody pretty well informed. If information comes out, she's the first to know, pretty much. So, and she's also does the podcast on it too. But they're being really close-lipped on this last investigation that they've done, that they've come.
They have to, because they don't know who to trust.
There's not really anybody to trust in that town. And
then the other people who are probably decent, they're scared to talk because they know something is wrong with the people who ended up dead. They're not stupid.
They're very scared to talk because people have come into town and they've, just went in.
I watched the documentary. It might have been on Tubi, of some people that went there to investigate, and they went around the town to some place that had some burn marks at some little, I don't know what it was, some crazy place, but you have to be careful. Best thing to do to clean it up is start with the police department. Clean the police department up and work your way out.
Right.
That's how you do that. Because corruption has to thrive with corrupt police officers. It won't thrive without it. Because those are the people who are going to investigate the crime. And if you don't have anybody that's going to investigate properly, you understand what I'm saying? So you start with the police department first. You work your way to the city council. And then you'll see who will start chattering.
It's scary when you think you can't trust the police department. That's with Brian Kohlberger. They were talking about him just being a security officer. That's scary to think that,
Most sadists, that is a dream of theirs, is to become a police officer. If you've noticed, most sadists wanted to be a police officer. And they kind of lose their way when they can't.
Yeah, it's a control thing.
Exactly. That's been seen with a lot of lone gunmen. Those gun-toting guys that just, pop off, pull a gun out, stand your ground. Most of them wanted to be police officers or tried to become a security officer. Next best thing. See, the traits are usually all the same, if you've noticed. They're usually all the same. I want to be an authority. I want to be seen. I want to be noticed. I want to be validated.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you think about Brian with the security job, that was an authority. With being, teaching school, he thought he was in some sort of authority position.
I get to grade your papers. I get to put F, C, D. Yeah, control. Because guess what? Without that, I don't pass.
And wasn't it said that he gave better grades or didn't write these?
To the one guy said he gave him better grades.
That's interesting. And it's strange to think he was more talkative to his students after that, because you would think that would be something you would want to not talk about with your students as far as.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole point. You got difference of opinions of his disposition. One minute he's going in scruffy, the next minute he's talking, the next minute somebody said he was staring off into space and being quiet. So which is it? There's something wrong with Brian. If you watch him in court yesterday, his jaw was twitching.
That makes me really believe he is on some sort of stimulant.
Your cheekbone, rather. That thing was just popping.
So that's a sign of being on a stimulant. He wants to grind his teeth and things like that. So it's possible that he hasn't had his medication in a certain amount of days. And so he's wearing off of all that. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't see that. I did notice that. I noticed he answered very directly.
That's in his right side of his cheekbone. It was pulsating.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely believe that he has been on some sort of stimulant.
He's probably switched from fentanyl from high school. young person, and he switched drugs. Many addicts do switch drugs. If you go on cocaine, you go to marijuana or popping pills or whatever. Just like with the crack cocaine epidemic. Crack has not been around, so now people ended up going to meth. I've heard of a lot of African American people using meth. I never heard of black people using meth. Well, you go get what the fuck you can get. They ain't got my drug of choice. I got to find something else to get high on.
Yeah, and if he's used to doing meth, he wouldn't want marijuana or anything like that. He would want something else. So yeah, and that's something he could get prescription that, you know, would be legal.
Well, he could have been nervous too. Yeah, I could tell he was doing a little bit of this slow rocking because he's telling himself, "I can't believe I'm here." I know exactly what he's thinking. He's stunned. Brian Koberger is stunned that he got caught. So he's doing a little of this, jaw twitching and all that. Looks like his mouth is kind of moving, like he's talking to himself a little bit. You understand? Because he's got to control that.
Yep.
But he's talking to himself, believe me. Because he's saying to himself, I can't believe I missed that. How did I put that knife in there without wiping down my case?
I kind of hated they didn't read the affidavit out loud to him.
They got cameras of me driving here. Well, that's just the law. They got cameras on poles on the interstate. That's just what they do now. Toll booths, all of that. People have been caught going through the toll booth. Late night, what are you doing over there going to the Poconos at 3 a.m.? Yeah, dumping a body.
And I mean,
my wife was with me that night. Then they go through the toll booth camera. No wife. Yeah, because you killed her, dumped her. But he lied, right? The guy lied. Oh, me and my wife took a drive. But then when they go get the toll booth footage, no wife inside of the car. Just one person driving. So where was your wife? You said you took your wife on a trip. Well, where is she? Now, that's been proven a lot in cases of missing people. People saying they went somewhere and they go back and check the toll booth, check the car, one person driving. See, you leave a blueprint every time you step outside that door. People don't plan things properly. And by the grace of God, that's probably the only good thing that social media and these phones and things serve a purpose is the GPS and tracking. That's it. The rest of it is just nonsense. Sad. It's information, but it's not all good information and helpful. But some of this is helpful, especially in tracking people and finding out that they were not where they said they were.
Yeah, the geofencing they do is pretty amazing. That's pretty interesting to me.
It's scary that you can just go out here and you're out shopping and doing your thing. You're not really thinking about cameras on the poles and the stoplights and at businesses because you're not doing anything wrong. So, and then you'll hear a little story kind of like this one. And you see that little evidence and you're like, damn, they had him everywhere. And that's the one in the chat said, I iterate on what you said. Some of you didn't have faith in Moscow Police Department, but they had state police on the crime scene day one. The time was a bit interesting, 4 p.m., but nonetheless, the scene was being processed day one. So they were on their job, whether they were a small department or not, whether they had a rookie as a detective or not. And the point is they did get their guy. And I think Mr. Big Bird is their guy.
I agree.
I don't think the evidence is wrong. I do not think it's been contaminated. I do believe this is the right guy.
I mean, do you feel like there's a chance that they could come back and say that it was contaminated by them releasing it? And
you got to think about how much evidence they got. You're gonna say this one person got all that wrong in the lab?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I did feel like it was a little too soon, maybe to release certain things out when they packed up the belongings of the people in the home and gave them to the parents and things like that. But
well, maybe that's why they packed it up, is because they had what we didn't know that they had.
True. And I also, in a way, I felt like it wasn't such a bad thing because it could have forced them to look into things that they wouldn't have looked at originally that were, out in plain sight, digging into things and putting them into boxes. You may pay attention to something that you wouldn't have seen before if there was possibly something to find.
Well, hopefully they did what they said, which was a 3D rendering, because that was mentioned that there was a 3D rendering once they got to the scene and did the 3D of the room. So once you do that, you've already got the room captioned. So hopefully the 3D is going to zoom in on what you wouldn't notice with a regular camera. You know what I mean? If you're just taking regular photographs.
Yeah, and it was mentioned
like the 360 on the A&E program. That 360 is real interesting.
Yes, I just went to a birthday party that had a camera that was a 360.
So that's 9 times out of 10. State office has great technology to do the 360 of the room, the pan, and the 3D to push in on things that you wouldn't see with the naked eye. So I'm going to say so far, I'm content with what they have shown us. I
agree. I think they did a good job.
I think they did a damn good job.
I think they were smart to let the FBI come in. I hate that doesn't happen in a lot of other cases with smaller departments.
Yeah, I do too. I hate that it takes, and sometimes I feel like it's maybe just arrogance with some of these police stations, but it's like there's no shame in asking for help. And when you
had no choice. They had no choice.
Right. And I'm glad that they stepped up and did that. It's just that I know that there's a lot of other places.
The state police came in and they're the ones that's doing all the testing and this. Then the FBI comes in and they're doing all the other work. You have to do what you have to do. You can't sit and wait. He had 4 dead people. There's no way he couldn't ask for help. Because the longer you sit on your ass and trying to have the big head, the killer's walking by you and you and you. And you don't know his motivation, and you don't know his mindset, and you don't know what's going to take him off the next time. Because let's be truthful, if there was no video footage and they had nothing on this guy, he was definitely going to do it again. Because he can really write that paper for his coursework properly. He just can't say, I hunted. This is how I felt when I walked in, how I felt looking for him, how I felt when I got in the house, how I felt walking up the stairs. He's got it like the 3D, and he's living it. You understand what I'm saying? He needed that. Sad and sick as it is, he needed that. That's why he did it. He needed it. So I'm grateful they found him, because imagine that thing still free.
Because he would have done it again.
He was going to do that again, yes.
And as much as I feel like it is his first killing, I still can't help but question.
Yes, Jeff, they have more. I believe they have more.
Are there any, the unsolved cases possibly in Pennsylvania that are near where he lived? I just can't help but wonder that. I don't know. But I think it's great that they did put out the information they put out in this affidavit. I wasn't expecting that much, but with the accusation,
they're confident. They're confident in what they got. So a lot of people have said that. Brian Ed and other newscasters have said, I'm stunned at what they've revealed. So they've shown us all the time you doubted what I was doing my damn job.
Yeah, and I think that's great.
Exactly. But this is a lesson, though, Brittany. Stop assuming stuff.
People were accusing them of covering up, for the school. So I think it's really good they did put out.
What I don't like about the school is not putting up a reward, but maybe this is why they were in cahoots with talking to the school. Hold off. We've got this under control just yet. Don't put out nothing, because they were working towards a suspect. So we can at least say within 2 weeks, 12 days, they had an ID on the car.
Right.
So from the 13th to the 25th, that's 12 days, they had an ID on the Elantra. So that's not bad, 2 weeks, because it could have been longer or no damn car.
Right. And I think it was mentioned they had said something about, with putting up a reward, a lot of times that causes a lot of false leads and things like that.
Kim has a good question about take a plea deal. Well, if he has any sense, he won't even do that. He'll take a bench trial by a judge.
They already asked for
But he's
bond.
cocky.
They're like, no
He's
on
cocky.
that.
He's cocky. He's got to get this 5 minutes of fame. So he's going to drag this out.
So on the next court date, because I did not hear a guilty, not guilty plea.
I don't think he'll do a plea because he's too cocky. Because that's why he wanted to go back to Idaho to see what he fucked up and missed. He's not fooling me.
Do you think that he's aware that he missed the God, I can never remember the name of it. The little knife holder thing.
The sheath? What about it?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that he was aware that he left that?
Well, damn, Brittany, your damn knife came in the case.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he also knows, do I want to risk going back and get my ass caught going back in there? Does that mean I got to probably kill somebody else?
See, and that's the crazy part, because that's where I can't let it go, is you were caught. That person saw you.
And if you went back and I don't know, if you went back, why
none of this make no damn sense, him going back at 9:30 in the daylight?
If you went back, if hypothetically you knew that she saw you, and then you got to thinking, well, now I got to go back. Why didn't you kill her? And I'm glad he didn't. I'm just saying that.
Well, people don't ask that. That's not an unfair question. People ask these questions all the time. I'm sure even the people that live will say, why did he spare me? Why didn't he kill me? You will wonder that. How could you not?
Well, I mean, and regardless, they're going to have what's called survival.
Did he want to get caught?
Yeah.
I think he did to some point. I'm a little flip on it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure that he didn't want to get caught.
He didn't think it through, because the one thing he should have known, we live in a digital age. How did you think you weren't going to be seen in the fucking car? Even if you wore gloves, even if you didn't cut yourself, you still got to get from point A to point B. How are you going to do that? In an age of cameras on lampposts, doorbell cameras, security cameras on houses. I mean, you park your car somewhere, it's sitting too long, somebody looks out their window, they might call a tow truck. See, you got to make it make sense.
It shall be interesting. And a part of me feels so bad for the girl, because it's hard to understand, but
that is on the table, death or life. That's up to the state.
That's all they said.
4
times. Unfortunately, they can't kill him 4 times, but.
I thought about watching Gacy the other night. He was so nasty. Even on the death table, I thought, wow, you have no remorse. So let me ask you this before we leave. Does he have remorse?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I mean, just the statement alone, he's, interested in getting back so he can be exonerated. Really?
Jeff said he may have went back thinking he lost the sheath between the girl's house and car. Possibly.
And that's a good point. Yeah.
So, yeah. But again, let's go there, Jeff. You mean to tell me you don't remember pulling the damn sheath off inside of the house?
No, I can't imagine he does.
That's what the sheath is for, is to keep you from cutting yourself. So you had to know you pulled the sheath off inside for safety reasons.
And isn't the sheath most of the time attached to like your belt?
It's either one. Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. I mean, it's possible he thought he lost it somewhere, because I do not picture the girls being asleep. And I'm assuming, this is only me assuming, that Kaylee and Maddie were first with it being left in their room. That they were the first with him with it being left.
Oh my God. Jennifer, stop. He could have went back to make breakfast with all the sleep happening. I still can't understand homegirl's story. I'm dead.
I don't understand her story. It's hard to understand. It truly is. Like I said, I mean, I hate to be the one to victim blame, and that's not, it's just asking questions, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But
Hippie, you better get some cameras, because there's no way I'm going to live out in the middle of nowhere without no damn cameras. You need to have something left in case something bad happens. because
And they're very
The
cheap.
cameras.
And when you live far out, I'm just going to be truthful. It's the worst nightmare because the perpetrator is going to know how long it takes for the cavalry to come.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't matter about kicking in your door, making noise, because they already know there's nobody to hear anything going on.
Yep.
So I can kick in your door. I can cut the alarm system. There's nobody going to come except for your damn cell phone or you trying to get your ass out of there and run for help. Then you got to count how long is it going to take you to get to help, get to your car in time. You have to think about things like that when you live in a far off place. Even if there's nothing bad that can happen, you got to think of a worst case scenario if you need the ambulance to come pick you up. You're too sick to drive to the hospital.
And at the same time, it's just as dangerous living in the city, in my opinion, because it's quicker getaways and things like that.
People see more in the city.
True.
If you live way out in the country, ain't nobody looking at nothing because it ain't nothing to look at. The houses are too far apart. Somebody's in their back den playing cards or Uno. They don't see somebody driving down the street at a fast pace.
No.
They've found people in fields before. I mean, and then that's like here in Kentucky. I mean, this is when I was a child, but
think about it. Why would I not take you somewhere far off and dump your body for seclusion? So the body won't be ID'd. So it's the same mentality for breaking and entering and robbery. You go hit a place that's far ducked off because you know you can get in and get out
without anyone
possibly being seen, and play with the victims and do whatever you're going to do in the house, rob the house, whatever your motive is for going out there. I would be scared shitless to live far ducked off. I'm never going to live nowhere ducked off, ever.
No, I used to say that. I will say this.
I won't do it.
I used to say the same thing.
I don't want to do that.
And until I moved, and even probably the first 3 years of moving into the country, like I don't have any neighbors. I can't even see a house. However, it took me a very long time to get adjusted. But now I feel a lot safer than I did when I was in the city. I don't know. I can't.
I mean, I understand, but I couldn't do it. I don't.
I never thought I could.
I think. Let me tell you something. I'm from the city. I got the same ways I did, and I've been in the South 30-something years, 40-something years. My mindset still, as a child growing up in Chicago, I think of the worst case scenario, and that's just how my mind rotates. Who's going to get here in time? That's how I think.
For me, there's.
Go ahead.
I could just as truthfully be in the city limits too, be alone and something happened and nobody finds me for a month.
For me, there's
I definitely don't want to be fighting a perpetrator off in my house.
Like there's two different things. See, I grew up in the country, but my old man grew up in Indianapolis, Indiana. So totally different, environments. So he's the one that actually taught me, which we've been together since 2009. So we've been together for a really long time, but he's the one that taught me when we were walking around town in our early teens and somebody would be doing something in the parking lot. He'd be like, Brittany, put your head down. Don't even look over there. Ain't none of your business. Put your head down, keep walking. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be a witness to nothing. You don't want, and he was like, you don't want them to think you've seen some shit. Mm-hmm. And that's just he's like, that's just how it was in Indianapolis. You put your head down, you keep going, and ain't none of my business.
You don't give eye contact to people because people are usually sicker and they can misconstrue eye contact.
Exactly.
Eye contact means you're inviting me or you want trouble. Either one.
Right.
You understand?
But at the same time, I feel like where I live now, because literally, I'm here alone with my son. I'm not worried about a thing. I'm truly not.
Brittany, listen, we get it. You feel safe where you are.
Because I honestly feel like that if something happens, someone came here and did something, it's personal, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because it's not a house you can see off the road. It's nothing like that. So if you came here and something has happened to me, you know who I am, or you're associated with someone I know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes. We get that, but that's not going to be of any use to you fighting off a perpetrator in the house. That's where I'm going with it. Do you understand?
Oh, right.
I agree.
It's just worse because there won't be a Calvary. That's where I'm going with this.
I grew up in a house full of guns,
a dead person don't tell no tales. So you can't talk to us dead. They're going to assume what they want about the scene and all of that. But what good is that to you at the time of a door kicked in? The wires are cut. That's what I'm saying. How long is it going to take for the ambulance or police to get to your house or the sheriff? See where I'm going?
Well, luckily I do have a fire department right up the street.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to. That's the point I'm making. I'm talking about somebody ducked way off, Brittany. There is no fire department. There is no 511. There is no 7-Eleven. 30, 40 minutes to get to basic stuff. That's too fucking long.
I mean, but at the same time, it's very possible if nobody was checking for me on a daily basis that I could be here dead for months and nobody would know.
And that's the point I'm trying to make too. That even in cities, if there's nobody checking, the scenario is only worse if something happens to you inside of your home and there's nobody to come get you revived, CPR. But I don't want to be ducked out somewhere and can't even get out. Even if I was able to run out, how long is it going to be before I get to the nearest house? So you have to think about things like that. Let's say you're able to escape. Are you in a running position? Can you run?
Sure.
Can you run 20, 30 minutes to the neighbor's house? So you have to think about stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, my in-laws live very close. And luckily, with my husband working out of town, he can watch that. Like, he can sit and look at me right now if he wanted to. But I don't know. But at the same time, I was very scared. I'm not even going to lie. When we first moved here, it was probably even the third year. And even my husband was not out of town working at the time, and he was home, and I called the cops in the middle of the night because I thought I heard something. 2 or 3 times.
Exactly. Yeah. Country, no lights. That's true. When you go out in the county, this is the same all over the U.S. When you go to the county, there are no street lamps. There are no lights. That's scary to somebody that's used to seeing lights. And I know, because when I was doing deliveries last year, I hated it. No damn lights. And
you're exactly right.
First thing I thought of, I'm a female out here by myself doing this. I am a sadist dream. Pull up to the house. Here's your blah, blah, blah. And anybody can say, yes, mine. And you give it to the wrong person. You have to think. See,
yes, we had to pay for Duke Energy to come and put up two big light poles because there were no lights other than the lights on our house.
I try to speak on how to preserve yourself. And I understand that everybody's different. You like living where you live. Pookie, Ray Ray like living where they live. Everybody's different. Bad things can happen to you wherever. County, city, rural, whatever. But I just think for me, I don't want to be somewhere so ducked off to where I can't get to basic necessities. Basic necessities can't get to me without having a problem and an excuse. And if worst case scenario, I get sick or hurt, I can't get an ambulance. I can't get myself out.
Right.
Yes. I grew up in the country, 30 minutes to get to town. And me and myself, I live in town now. But after living in the country and then now living in the town, now I want a happy in between. Like, I don't want to be 30 minutes out in the country, but I don't want to be smack down in the middle of town. Like, I want to be.
I understand that. And a lot of people like that. I don't care for neighbors packed on top of me.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And you sometimes you don't have no choice depending on if you live in a townhouse or apartment, because they will get old. The same, always people around. You want some space, but then I don't want space to where it ain't nobody to where if I yelled, I can hear my damn name jump back at me.
That too.
Angela.
I mean, I just want enough. I just want my own yard at this point because I live in an apartment. So I just want my own yard. So that way.
And I understand that. And I get that. That's why I said to everybody lives different. Some people like the country. Some people like the city. There's people in the city. They'll never go live in the country. They'll never live in a small town. Everybody's. And I don't tell nobody how they should live. You do whatever you think is best for you. But we have seen, just because we're all grown, worst case scenarios in every circumstance. They'll hurt you in the city. They'll hurt you in a small town. They'll hurt you in rural America. It's just the world we're in. Because in the end, people should be able to live wherever they want to live. But we don't live in a society that cares.
I mean, I can remember living in the city and being at my grandmother's, and I would say, "Hey, did you lock the door?" Because I lock the door. If my husband goes to the mailbox, I'm gonna lock him out. That's just who I am.
Wow, damn.
I just always I lock the door.
I better get him
But
outside.
you
He'll
have
be having
to,
trouble getting back in.
because in the city, it's no different. The country is all the same. All it takes is for somebody to walk by the door handle and touch it.
Right. And so I was used to living in the city for so long, but I can remember also living.
No Grand Canyon for Angela. You got that right.
I can remember living in the city with my grandma and saying, "Hey, did you lock the door?" "Honey, yes, it's
sad.
locked."
And truthfully, you know what? It's sad. It's sad that right now, no matter where you live, you couldn't just go out and check the mail because you don't know who's watching. You don't know who's lurking. And a lot of people, I hear people who would say, I ain't worried about nothing. They ain't worried about if they lived in the city. They ain't worried about if they live in rural America. You can't have that type of attitude.
It's like
We have sick people out here. You need to care.
Well, that's how my grandmother was, and it drove me crazy. I'm not worried about a thing. I got the good Lord on my side. If they want to come in and get me, come get me.
And the good Lord would tell you lock your windows and your doors.
Well, I'm just like, Nana, serious? It would blow my mind when she would say that. I don't like, and my husband, he's the same way. He'll say the same thing. I'll be like, "Did you lock the door?"
Let's go here, and I'm going to leave. Prime example is Pullman, Washington. Those kids going to college, graduate school, whatsoever, master's program, live in an apartment complex with this killer, alleged killer, Mr. Kohlberger. And the first thing they said was, "Oh, I wasn't even locking my door. It was so safe here." Now you go 15 minutes up the road, Idaho. I believe the same mentality was going on at 1122 King Road. We don't need to lock the door. Nobody's going to come in here. But somebody did.
Oh,
so both cases are bad because one, we're living with the killer and weren't locking the doors. And he went 15 minutes up the highway and killed some kids who weren't locking the door, perhaps. Now imagine that. Because you can't trust people. There's no way
garbage
I'm
out
in
at
my
night.
house. I'm going to live in that house and not lock my damn door. So I'm going to ask this question because somebody needs to answer it. Did the slider even lock? Because you want me to believe these girls lived in a house and wouldn't even lock the inside slider? That's bad.
Well, in that one picture, there was like that bar stool, and I don't know if maybe it looked like the bar stool was like wedged in that glass door, like to keep it from sliding.
Okay, but guess what? How long are you going to keep doing that when you can just be a grown up and call the manager and say, "Can you come fix this glass door? We need it locked."
Well, I've always heard, and so even when I lived in a townhouse in the city, and it had a slide door and it locked just fine, but they provided a stick because I don't know if they're easy to break into or what, but they provided a stick for me to also put behind the sliding glass door.
Yeah, a lot of people have the sticks in there for safety reasons, so people can't jimmy it and try to get in anyway. But the point is, you have to ask yourselves who these girls were and their mentality, because there are people who just don't own stuff. And I don't know how these girls navigate it. But what will be sad to find out is that they, one, just never locked the damn door, or the door had issues with a lock and they never inquired to get it fixed.
And see, I would think that's strange only because they act like Kaylee was so cautious of things. Somebody's following me, or she had a stalker, yada, yada, yada. But at the same time, I wonder if it's something just as simple as when they got back that night, the sister had mentioned they took the dog out to use the bathroom.
Jeff, the bar stools were up and down, so I don't really understand the bar stool situation either. But there's separate pictures of the stools up and stools down. So I don't know the sequence of either one. But see, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I'm a realist. I can only speak from my experiences. I can't speak for yours or nobody else. I'm not trying to give you no reason to choose me.
I agree.
Okay? That's my point. And we just live in a very sick society where people are watching and gawking and paying attention to stuff. They're listening at your doors. They're hearing your conversations. Okay? Trust me. I had a conversation with somebody recently, and their conversation was worrying about, was I in here around Christmas time? What difference does it make where I was? If you were concerned about where I was, then you should have knocked to find out where I was. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so see, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Always people watching, always people listening. You have to be aware of your surroundings.
Jennifer,
And as I said, with these kids, we don't know them. They could have been just lax in their behavior and did not care about the fucking door being locked at all.
Yeah, okay. You have to pay attention to your surroundings. And it's like the other night.
But they don't. That's obvious, because let's be truthful. The setup of the house was bad from the beginning. All that partying and it's people coming through your house, that should have been a no-no. Because really it's disrespectful to the other people who live in the house. Maybe one night Susie don't want to hear partying. Do you see where I'm going?
Oh yeah, definitely. Because
and now you have neighbors, they don't want to hear the partying. You can't assume that everybody's a college student and want to hear you partying. That's unfair to assume that.
And then that is correct, because like I said, when we all lived in that house together and it was all of us girls, there was nights where, you know, me and another roommate would just be upstairs watching a movie, and then all of a sudden we hear a bunch of people downstairs, and we go downstairs and one of the other girls has invited all these people from the school.
It's a bad mix. I've never signed up for that type of living. That's why I'm saying everybody's different.
I couldn't live like
5, 6, they agreed to live like that. I would have never done it at 20 years old. I like my space. I like my freedom. I don't want to be crowded up in no house or apartment with nobody. But they did. And look at the end result. Because see, to this day, we do not know how he found them and how they became a target. Or if it was just spontaneous. We don't know until they release the information from his phones and devices. But I'm saying, whether it was a murder or not, 5 people living in one house is a recipe for disaster.
That's an interesting theory in the chat, Queen. You see that about
6 was stalking and maybe waiting for the DoorDasher to leave the food. Well, he was going to go kill them anyway. That's how I look at it. I don't think it mattered about the DoorDash. He already had that planned out because he left his house before 3 o'clock. He didn't know DoorDash was coming.
I think it's crazy that the DoorDash was there at 4 and he entered. Because, I mean, he would have been circling at the same time.
But that's the whole point. He left his house before DoorDash was even ordered. He was already in another state. Leaving out at 2:30 something. See where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
He left Pullman at 2:37. DoorDash wasn't ordered till after 4. He didn't know what was going on at the house. He wasn't even in the same state. That's the point I'm trying to make. He took a chance by going to that house because he was not there. See, when everybody was thinking it was somebody that knew them and was watching, that boy lives in a whole different state, 15 minutes away. It's not far. But the point is, Brian doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. So he didn't know what was going on at 11:22 until he got there.
And that's a question I heard someone say, you know, do you find it more terrifying that it would be someone you know?
Exactly. He's plotted this probably months in advance. He found these kids for however he found them. He planned this. He possibly planned this. But then the flip side could have been spontaneous. But due to the fact that they got him with a ticket in Latau County, I do believe he planned this ahead of time. He's been looking. He went there looking. And that's what makes the story even more sick. He touched down Washington soil, possibly looking at Moscow. Now that's where it gets creepier. Did he plan to kill these kids before he even got over here to the Pacific Northwest? Then that would be even more diabolical. He was stalking somebody from social media in Pennsylvania. Because you can get access to anybody's picture just by their posts, so long as they're public. That's what people don't understand. You can get stalked from anywhere in the United States. So long as you post something public, I could be looking for something and then you posted something about it. Then I look at your picture. Then I try to go through your profile, see stuff.
And if this was his first murder, I definitely feel like there was some serious stalking going on with other people and things like that before. Because I just can't imagine you just, I don't know, do something like this. It's hard to even understand. But I look forward to knowing more information.
The sick part of it all is there will be another story.
There will.
After this,
Any day now.
It'll be another story. There'll be somebody else that'll slip up. See, that's why I said it's the window of opportunity, because you have got to explain how he got in, how he chose the victims, and how he got in. Because if there's no breaking and entering, he was either let in or somebody didn't lock a door or window.
Right, and that was the best question you asked me earlier is, how did he know he could get in?
Exactly.
I mean, because I feel
I can watch you all day. It doesn't matter if he stood on Walenta and watch through the woods and watch. That has nothing to do with how I'm going to get in.
Right.
I'd have to hear you talking to say, we don't lock the door. The key is under the mat. The code is this and this. He took a chance.
Do we know if there was a code on the front door or if it was a key lock?
I don't know. Thank you, Reese.
And then you have to it's interesting to think that Xana's father came and changed the locks on her door. What was it?
Jeff said the dog goes out, Brian goes in. Well, let's look at it like this. It's not going to really matter about DoorDash or the dog. He already had sights on going in there. However he thought he was going to get in, he planned that already. Whether he planned it the day before, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, I don't know. He planned that. And that's the scary part of the story. Because looking at people's pictures and profiles is one thing, but plotting to kill them is something different. So he had to have known that he was going to get in that house. And that to me should scare the fuck out of everybody. It's the risk you're going to take to go in the house. And how would you know you are going to get in there without breaking a lock or a door? So now you have to say he had to have been watching to assume a safe, quick entry.
Right.
That's even more sinister.
I mean, because I would feel like he had to sit and watch because
he doesn't live there.
Because how is he reassured that, every female in that house didn't come back with a male that night? That he was going to be up against, 4 males? 5 males? 4? No, it would have been 5.
And don't you find it interesting, as that neighbor said, it was awfully quiet that night. What are the odds that he chooses the night there's no partying at that house? See, you have to pay attention. Because little by little, they gave you tea pertaining to the disposition of the kids. They waited almost 2 months to tell you, here's a video, kids answering the door, nobody there, somebody's pretending not to be there, blah, blah, blah. That's why I said, when I saw that body cam video, I said, this place was a disaster waiting to happen. Just when those boys opened the door. You hear what I'm saying?
Do you remember?
Strange boys opening the door, talking to the police at your house.
And they're not there?
You're asking for trouble. You don't know that they weren't there, Brittany.
Oh, I think one of them was definitely there.
Of course they were. But I'm talking about the way it looks.
Uh-huh.
The message you're sending, strangers opening your door, whether you're there or not, it's a bad look. people talk. So I'm saying this was going to happen because of the way you ran your house. You had people running in and out with other people living there who bathe, sleep, use the kitchen, no privacy. It was a recipe for disaster. And a lot of people may think that's cruel, but it's not. You set the stage for this to happen. Just from having all them different walks of life, people partying, coming and going, people that you're probably not even good friends with, best friends with, walking in your house, looking at your personal stuff. Just think about that for a second. Just strange people walking in, stepping on your good furniture and your good rugs and all that, peeing and urinating in your bathroom. Stay woke. The recipe for disaster.
Do you remember what the time was that they were, the police officers were called to the Banfield area for those drunk boys? They were, the boys that were in, they called it the Banfield, that they had the surveillance that same night. The police officers were called, and there was 3 boys that were on.
Yeah, what about it?
It was just interesting. When you first got started, I just thought of this. When you first started this live, someone had mentioned if the roommate would have called 911, it's possible, you know, they would have reacted a lot faster than usual because they were so close. But I couldn't remember what time that happened.
Somebody said just said 2:58
with the boys, because that is very interesting. If they would have, if it was around the same time and call 911, to think that an officer was just across the field
an hour before.
It was an hour before. Okay.
It said 2:58.
Oh, 2:58. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's still a lot of.
Well, we ain't gonna never know because somebody wouldn't call, remember?
Yeah. And you know, I think that they're all going to need some counseling, the ones that are left. The one on the bottom floor, a lot less than the one that supposedly saw someone, because that's a different type of survival guilt, in my opinion. You know,
how you can walk around even knowing you look the killer in his face if that's true?
I don't. Got it. It's almost like I feel bad for us talking about it.
You now know what the killer looks like on TV. You saw the killer that night in a mask. I said you'd have some fucked up dreams at night.
Right. So, and they went on her every word. So if you continue to read through that affidavit, Queen, you will see that they talk about when they match up the picture, the driver's license picture, to when he goes home, to then when they pull him over in Indiana. Yes, he seems to have the bushy. It's all about the bushy eyebrows. Like, they truly go on what she says. Okay. So it's very interesting. I mean, clearly she saw him. That's not something she's made up, which is even, I don't know. It's hard to make sense of, that's for sure. But I think that
Brittany, where are you taking this, Brittany?
I just don't think this girl is ready for what she's about to encounter in court. I mean, I really don't. And I think that she's going to be the weakest link in this situation. I mean, I know that there's DNA, and, you know, DNA doesn't lie. He was truly there. But, you know, the little bit of reasonable doubt, I think that she's the one that if anybody else was involved, that it's going to leave question, unfortunately. You know, it's scary to think of anybody being judged with 12 in the box, no matter if you're innocent or not. You know, it's scary to think 12 people judging your life. But
that Jennifer, real life boogeyman in your house, and you go back to sleep. Well, we know Jennifer, she really didn't go back to sleep. She got up 3 times.
She didn't go back to sleep within that amount of time, 3 different times.
She couldn't have gone back to sleep because he wasn't even there long enough to go back 3 times. So that's going to be troublesome to many people, and they're going to eat her alive on that in court. And a lot of times to keep opening your door. So this is why I keep trying to make people understand. It's like I'm beating a dead horse. I want you to think about what she's saying. I'm opening my door back and forth, hearing all this stuff going on, people crying, this and that. But yet I'm frozen on number 3 door opening when I see this guy walk by. Well, why were you frozen? That lady's going to ask her all those questions.
How long did you stay frozen?
Why didn't you change the door?
I mean, because frozen in my mind is...
Why didn't you lock the door? Why didn't you call the girls? Why didn't you text the girls to see if they're okay? Why didn't you text Xana if you thought she was crying? Why didn't you text Kaylee to see if that was her crying? Why did you didn't text Kaylee to say, hey, why is your dog barking? Was it normal for the dog to bark? See, now I can harp on the dog situation since everybody used to go on and on about the damn dog.
Yep. And clearly she heard those things. You know, it doesn't say that I don't recall her saying she heard the dog or the thump, but clearly she did if the outside recording was able to pick that up.
Oh, that's okay, Diane. We all make mistakes in assuming who killed a person, but I made a vow that I would not assume anybody as the murderer in this case, and I kept my word. Because that's how cases become gossip meals, and you're trying to find a killer. You don't have time to be banking on gossip and chasing leads on gossip. And I'm sure many people called in all those 20,000 tips. All of it, most of it was probably gossip. He said, she said, oh, I saw this on Facebook. I saw this on a YouTube channel. You're wasting those people's time and resources. You're trying to find a killer. So that's why I never indulge anybody's he said, she said. And even now with the affidavit being released, we have to now question the person who put out the rumor about them finding one of the victims unalive. Because they rode that horse as if it was factual. And now you have the affidavit. There's nothing in there similar to Ethan being outside of the room. So who's the person that was speaking on behalf of those 2 survivors? Because they were adamant about what allegedly happened in that house.
And we're going off the narrative of the one roommate, I feel like, as well, that she's given. I mean, I guess the other evidence is clear, you know, the stabbings and things, but I don't know, it's a lot.
Well, there's other evidence against him, 6, so it won't matter about the bushy eyebrows. His fingerprints on the button on the sheath, you can't explain that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the DNA doesn't lie.
Mm-mm. Something ain't right, Brittany.
It's not, and I can help but feel
because
bad.
I'm sitting here thinking about that first person who's speaking on behalf of the girls. Why were they so adamant to make sure nobody pointed the finger at them?
It makes it a lot easier for me to understand why Kaylee's dad was so persistent and why he felt the way he felt. I will say that.
But you got to ask yourself, you got to know, though, who he's speaking of, though, Brittany.
Yeah, and I know he didn't, you know, call out any names or anything, but he was upset over certain people being cleared too fast and things like that. And I would think the first people you would want to question would be the people in your home. And I'm dead serious when I say, as a parent, if my child was killed in that home and I read what we have read today, I'd have just as many questions for her as I have for Brian. And I mean that. I would want to get to her as fast as I could get to him. I would have a lot of questions for her.
Well, that's why I
because
questioned in my commentary earlier, have they talked to these two girls in the house, the families? Have they reached out to the families in the beginning of this investigation to talk to them about what they saw, heard in the house? Because I'm going to feel real weird if
I'm assuming not.
that they never talked to the girls and the girls never reached out to them. Because why would I not question the people in the house where my children live? Naturally, I'm going to ask you, hey, what happened? What time did you get home? When did you see them? Was everybody getting along? Those would be, just basic questions. So I'm wondering if all the families talked to the remaining survivors in the beginning.
I feel like no.
Why not?
I feel like possibly there was some sort of protection with the police, knowing that maybe Brian saw her and they were trying to keep, them safe while he was still, not arrested. I feel like no, I don't feel like there's been, I don't know that for a fact, of course, but I feel like no, there hasn't been.
Jeff says maybe they protected Dylan because she was the only witness of the killer and she surely felt killer was still out there. Well, that's why, Jeff, that's why I said I figured that's why they wouldn't come forward naturally, because the killer was loose, whether they would sleep or not sleep. The killer's still out there. That's why I told people in the beginning they shouldn't be mentioning their names on YouTube or the news. You should have never done that. You know there was a killer out there. Why would you mention their names on your YouTube channel? That's why I said a lot of you are dirty.
Yeah, I don't agree with it.
And if you're in the chat, if you was in the chat putting their names down in there, you were wrong. Because a man was still on the loose. And I got a feeling if they hadn't found the Elantra to tie him to the Elantra, he would have killed again. And these people's lives would have been endangered possibly by this man. That's why I find it funny to hear he looked her in the eye and walked by and didn't say anything. You left a whole witness. That's strange to me.
Yeah, it was probably strange to him too when you've got everybody on the internet blaming everybody else. No one an eyewitness saw you.
That's the purpose of killing a person. Because if indeed there was a target and we believe that he was the person talking into the computer with that cell phone, the intention wasn't to kill all those people, perhaps.
And that's another question. Did he go in the home intending to kill
all the people, right?
Mm-hmm. Because he didn't kill all the people. That's just it.
He didn't. Jeff says, I think Brian didn't see her, but she saw him. Jeff, you need to see the layout of the house because that don't make sense.
And they opened the door 3 times. I can't help but think that made some sort of noise that he would have.
That's what makes the story off. All the closing and opening of doors. You're up in the hours that he's in the house killing people. So guess what? When they were crying, he was killing them. Or walk from one room to the other. He had to have known this was a 3-level house at some point too. When he went to Xana's room, he could look over the rail and see, oh, there's rooms downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. I told you all that weeks ago. Make it make sense. That's why I brought you the video and took you on the virtual tour of the house. Please check out my video in my YouTube library so you can get a better understanding of the house. If indeed he went to the top floor first, one would assume those were his targets. Assumingly. But I don't know. Because I don't know Brian. You got to prove to me that he watched the house to know that the girls stayed upstairs if those were his targets. Or one was his target. He'd have to have been watching the house from somewhere. So that means he wasn't focusing on his school books.
And then you think that Kaylee has this new car? Was he watching close enough? Because they only say 12 times. So maybe there's other times he just doesn't have his phone on. I don't know.
Callie, she said she didn't see anything the first time she opened the door.
So she's only saying she's seen something once out of the 3 times, right?
The last time she saw him.
Yeah.
So that still means while you're up going back and forth to the bed, he's in the house killing your friends. Something is off with this man.
And she mentions the cry. Someone saying someone.
She mentioned that 2 times, remember?
Someone's in the house.
I heard somebody crying. Then I heard somebody crying again. But
she doesn't mention the thud that is recorded from the outside, along with the dog barking.
You have to hear the thud.
Yeah.
And Xana's on the floor, so that means she ran. Stay woke.
And I can't let it go.
Ain't nobody in their right mind listening to this fucking story gonna let it go. Xana bled out. Look, she bled out on the ground. That means she got up out her bed trying to escape. You want me to believe you didn't hear the struggle in her room, even though it's just around the corner? The house is going to echo noise. It's just like what the police said when they was going to the crime scene with the noise complaints. He said, you're in this circle. All that noise and hollering and screaming and the music playing, it echoes. So it's going to be the same inside the house.
And they just gotten food, so they weren't asleep. I cannot believe they got food at 4 a.m. and they were already asleep. So whether they had just finished eating or not, you would have.
Callie says wood floor. See, that's even worse. So the noise is going to be even elevated.
Yes, I have wood floor.
That's why my voice is echoing in here. I have hardwood, laminate, and tile all the way through.
Yep.
That's why it's loud in here.
And I don't care. I have slippers on. You can hear my slippers on my hardwood floors. So it's strange. It's very strange.
I'm telling you.
And I understand, and everybody wants to go back to it. It was a party house. And maybe she was drinking.
It's going to be bad if you find out somewhere down the road that girl got up and saw those dead people and went her ass back to sleep.
And God, I hate to say it, but maybe she did. Maybe she didn't realize that she should have called 911. And then she knew he had left and she went out and she called it and she just freaked out that she needed to put something together. I mean, I guess that doesn't make her guilty. I don't know, but it's a bad situation.
It does make you guilty.
I mean, it does make her guilty. And
Listen. If they ever find out she got up and saw those dead kids in the house and carried her ass back in her room and shut her door, you will be public enemy number 1. How could you sleep in a house with dead people and then wait hours to go call and cock up a story you just found them? Because we don't know if that's true or not. That's a social media rumor.
Well, just with the information in the affidavit's enough to make me feel like I couldn't go back to sleep. The dog barking, the people crying, hearing what you heard, seeing a person that you're saying is I mean, how many people that come in your house for a party has a damn mask on? Let's be serious. You can't tell me that you guys are worried that much about COVID that everyone must wear a mask, sanitize before they no.
My mom says I do think she saw something, went back to her room, locked the door, and the other living roommate heard something and locked her door.
And then if that's the case, did they call each other? I mean, because I can't imagine seeing something like that and not talking to someone.
T said that would be the reason why they locked her door.
But because you were scared. You locked your door because you're scared, right? So if you're scared for yourself, how are you not worried about everyone else after hearing the things you heard?
And would not call 911. Stay woke.
And I know people have said underage drinking that they're not worried about. They're not worried about that. That's not something.
How
If
do you get so freaked out and not alert your roommates? Exactly. You want me to believe they didn't have each other's cell phone numbers for you to call Xana? Xana, I think I heard you crying. What's wrong?
Well, in the beginning, I can even give her a pass on that. Maybe she thought Ethan and Xana were arguing, but when you hear the I'm gonna help you.
Listen, when he walked by that last time,
That's
they
pretty much all
excused
she
not
wrote.
calling none of them or messaging. I can't give her a pass. I'm sorry.
And I guess we don't know that she didn't.
Because she just told, right. But don't you think they would put that in the affidavit she messaged the victims? Or no?
I don't know, because they say this is the arrest affidavit. So this is only the information that's, to arrest him. So it's possible she did. God, I hope she did, because it leaves so many questions if she didn't.
I'm gonna say this to both of them directly. I hope when you all go to court, that's a part of the trial, that you message the victims after seeing Big Bird walk by you.
Okay, so let's just stop right there.
Because if
Even
Big
if she
Bird,
did,
come on, if you did not message those girls after you saw Big Bird, you are fucked.
but even if she did, she didn't get a response.
What I'm saying is, what's going to be bad is if she didn't message them. That's what I'm trying to say. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. She wouldn't get a response. Exactly.
She wouldn't get a response, which would leave me to question more.
So then now, TV, you didn't want to sneak out the room and see?
No, she didn't want to sneak out because she was scared.
Okay. But you kept opening the door 3 times. I just want you to think about everything that's being said, Brittany.
I'm just being honest. If I was scared, I don't know that I would open the door. I could see myself getting up and locking my door, but I also picture myself laying in my bed really still, so no one knows I'm in here. I'm not making a noise. I'm definitely not opening my door more than once if I did it one time and didn't see anybody. And I don't know. There's a lot. It's easy to question, I guess, things if you're not there.
It is, because we're not there, and I might be being judgmental. All I'm saying is, I just hope for her sake is that she texted the dead people to inquire about the crime.
But
exactly, Diane. You can't be scared if you're opening the door. Bingo card. No scared person opens a door 3 times. Come on now.
Gosh, and I guess
even if you don't go out the room, think about what is being said. See, this is where I'm starting to get fucking aggravated now. You're opening and closing, opening and closing, opening and closing at 4 a.m. And then on the 3rd time, the killer just happens to walk by you and he don't do nothing to you.
And then
you go back to sleep and don't even think to try to get the fuck out of there, leave, call somebody. Shit, I'm scared. I don't know what's really going on. I'm thinking, I don't know, because I don't know. Did she call somebody? Are they going to tell us that she called somebody or text us? That's what I need to hear.
Right.
She texted somebody. Because we know she didn't call 911 because we haven't heard that. So that leaves texting somebody else besides 911.
And if she's not scared, I don't feel like if you're opening and closing the door, that's something you're going to make sure you're doing quietly because you're not scared.
Somebody says RC opening the door to see when he's finished. Oh, dear God, please stop.
I hope that's true. It's hard to believe that, somebody would have the mindset of that. But, truly, they just did this. I don't know. I mean, it may be the first time, no, she did open the door and she wasn't scared. She just was like, what's going on? And she looks and, whatever.
Universal says true. White Peak. Hippie, I don't know what to think either, because I don't want to think bad of these kids. But you can't say somebody is scared and they're opening and closing a door. That makes no fucking sense. Come on now. If I'm scared, I ain't opening no door.
And I just feel like if you're not scared and you're open it, that's not something you're going to be cautious about, being very quiet. So he would have heard her. I don't know, but
I don't have to be cautious in opening the door if I don't think there's something going on, Brittany.
Right. They're going to really need to prepare
That's my
her.
house. Look, that's my house. I know people come and go out of here. So think about that for a minute. Why would she be cautious opening the door? That's the whole purpose of her opening it. You would only be cautious after you saw the person the third time walk by you, and then you shut the door, and then you go hide under the covers and lock the door.
And that's just it with them saying it's a party house. There's people coming in.
I thought about that too, T. My mom said somebody was feeding old boy info about who's in what room if he didn't take out the survivors. Wow. Damn.
And I hate to say this out loud, but I've questioned.
I thought that earlier, that he either used them to get information about the two upstairs and the layout of the house. Oh, man.
Because the two surviving roommates, it's my understanding they were the closest as far as friendship wise.
Well, it's obvious. Those three were the closest. Those two were the closest.
Mm-hmm. But if there's truly no involvement, they're really going to need to prepare her for court, because it's going to be bad. And I'm afraid that I don't know. I mean, luckily there's DNA, but and then you have him saying what he said. Did he say that because he knows that?
Joy, I've wondered that too. Did everybody get along in the house? Let me spin a quick story to you. I'm on hour number 4. Many of you probably heard this story in Knoxville, Tennessee. One of the victims I knew many years ago, Millie. She's a Caucasian female. She had another Caucasian roommate. They lived in a house off of Western Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee. They were found killed in their house, and another victim, I can't remember, was shot a little ways down in a car, shot. The point is, you don't know people. The person that ended up killing them is somebody that they knew. It was an African-American male. He was a young boy that they were friends with. I don't really know the relationship between him and the two white women, but the point is they were rooming together in a house, and they were found dead in the house. They found him down the street in another house, staying with somebody when they did the arrests, and they knew their perpetrator. So my message is my message in all my true crime stories. You better be careful of the company you keep. You better be careful of the company you keep. You better be careful about the people you're having sex with. You better be careful about sharing personal details about your life, bringing people into your house, telling other people, rooming with people, other people's friends of friends, posting stuff to social media. You have to be careful, but you don't know people. That's why I don't care for the rooming situation. Whether it's 2 roommates, 3 roommates, 6 roommates, it's a recipe for disaster because you don't know anything about everybody. And even if there was a stalker of 1, 3 got killed because of the 1. And it's not to blame whichever, if there was a target, but there's still some dead people. That's the point. And one person could go out here and do something crazy, and that trouble can follow you back home, and somebody can come to the house looking for them, and they kill everybody on sight, all because they wanted you. You have to think like that. You have to think like that. So 5, 6 people rooming in a house is not a good idea. Yes, a very hard lesson. Because one of these kids could have went out here and did something to somebody and brought that fucking trouble back to that door. That's why I told people why I never assumed who killed them, because I didn't know the kids. And I don't know the company they keep. I don't know what they were into, what they were doing, how they treated people. I don't know them. So I never speculated on who killed them. But as my mama told me growing up, it only takes one monkey to stop the show. One. One person can bring a bad vibe, omen to the whole group. And it is not to say that any of those kids deserve what happened to them. Of course not. But you can be out here and do things to people, hurt their feelings, offend them, and you can carry that omen back to where you sleep. Now, they never mention a motive, and they never mention how he came to know these kids. But if indeed there was only one target, the one target is the reason that everybody's dead. Because what you have to ask yourself is that question. If there was one target, why did he wait to kill the target at their house and not in the street? Yes, could be that too, female jealousy. Brittany, you have anything else you want to say? I'm going to check out here.
No, ma'am, that's all. Have a good night.
You too, darling. Thank you. That's Brittany from North Carolina. Thank you. Thank you all so much for following the content. Like, share, subscribe. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign Big Angie 129 Cash App. All super chats and stickers are welcome. Thank you for following this live number too. When I get more information, we will chop this situation up. I do not know what happened in that house. I don't know who was the target and not the target, and how he came to find these kids. But this information of this roommate surviving and seeing the perpetrator is very creepy to me. And I had to ask why he spared her, because I think most people would ask that. And she was free walking around with her other roommate, and so was he. And why did he return? Maybe that will be the next live. Why did Brian Kohlberger return at 9:30 a.m.? Thank you for your time. Thank you, sweetie. You have been listening to The Vault. You all have a wonderful week. Bye-bye. Weekend.